Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Rainy draft day in Cleveland. Whatever. Figure it all out. I'm Alan. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right here.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys down at the draft.
You'll be there tonight.
I'll be there tonight. I'll be there Friday and Saturday doing some stuff. Kind of popping in a little less on Friday because I got the shows with Sam Morrell. But then Saturday I'll be there. Hopefully catch Machine Gun Kelly. Be down there during the day. It's going to be sunny on Saturday, so that's nice.
Yeah.
I got every single station's social media on my Instagram. I got everybody's Instagram. And my main goal this weekend is to not mess that up.
Yeah, because you're posting for all the stations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't mess that up.
Yeah, I plan on being a good boy. So I mean, I don't plan on doing a lot of stuff where I'm narrating anything, so it's going to be just a lot. You know, the stories are going to be fun to follow, and I'm going to try and cater them each to, you know,
their respective
personality
audiences.
of the audience.
There
Yeah,
you
so
go,
like
right.
you got GAR, going to make it more country style.
Yeah.
So I gotta embrace that side.
Yeah.
I gotta go back to my roots because I did grow up in Medina, so I do have that. As much as I don't like country music, I grew up across from a cornfield, so I have country in my blood.
I was going to say, is that all that it takes?
Yeah.
Is that the criterion?
I mean,
I grew up across from vegetables.
I was in the country. I grew up in the country, so
yeah.
I got to tap back into that side of Bill Squire to connect with those fans and make that social media experience genuine.
Anytime Bill hears a Canned Heat song, his eyes light up.
Yeah, but then I got to switch gears because then I'm going to be over on Real, the hip-hop station.
Right.
And, you know...
You changed from yaw to yo?
Yeah, exactly. Because I lived in Cleveland for years in, like, Tremont, got robbed and stuff like that. I was on
What
the
are you
mean
trying to
streets.
say, Bill?
I'm saying I got the city and the country
I
inside
see.
me,
right.
and I got to bring it out.
So you're going to draw on your various experiences to speak to those respective audiences.
Right.
Good.
By posting still photos.
You're going to be B-boy. First, you're going to be like Country Bill.
Yeah.
And then B-boy Bill. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to hop over and do some stuff for Kiss FM.
Yeah.
You'd be like, hey, what's up, kids? Hello, fellow kids.
Yeah.
Fellow students.
Fellow young people.
Right.
What do we think of current state of pop music? It's pretty good, right?
How
Those
about
old people
it, right?
don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, my God. Okay, comma boomer.
Yeah.
Hey, Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Mary Santora is out. If you are in the greater Fort Collins, Colorado area, by the way, she's doing the weekend there. Is she headlining or she's headlining, right?
Yeah.
I know she does dates with Dan Cummins later in the year, but she's headlining these shows at the Comedy Fort in Fort Collins, Colorado. So if you are among our bureau chiefs that are out that way, you should consider going to see Mary Slamdora do her thing.
She was texting me all these things.
On
she's like,
stage.
All in her head about this weekend, and she's like, I'm afraid that, you know, this and that, and just all these things. And she's like, if I was hacky, would you tell me? I'm like, you wouldn't have to ask.
We wouldn't be friends if you were hacky.
You're way too deep in your head. You're going to have fun. You're going to crush. Just go and enjoy what you've worked for.
By the way,
"You're right."
at the risk of being obtuse, because it's nothing that can be discussed, Bill and Mary and I were in a bananas text
my
conversation
goodness.
last night on some stuff that was going on off the air. Holy God. I don't even know if there was resolution to that. I feel like it's still buffering
I think there's
as
still
far as the
stuff
information
out there.
goes.
But basically, someone was accusing someone else of committing an atrocity, and then we found out that the atrocity was made up by someone that is insane.
It was a figment of their imagination. But it just goes to show you.
Why
even
was I in on this?
Because you can't keep a
your
secret.
mouth shut.
Listen, because... and we were worried that you'd eat your way through the entire conversation. So
It had to do with me?
it did not have to do with you.
It does now.
You would have you would have been included had it to do with you. It didn't actually have anything to do with Bill and I either. It was just
something that
a conversation that we
yeah.
were looped in on. Frankly, because we're in this room. But it also goes to show you that even in small personal circles, how quickly hashtag fake news can circulate, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then you got to, at least in this situation, there's a retraction. Very rarely any kind of retraction when there's fake news. What's the old line? A lie can make its way around the world before the truth can even get its pants on.
I've never heard that, but that's a great
it's
saying.
I don't know why the truth was walking around pantsless. Sounds like the truth was having a great
Why does
night.
the truth need to wear pants? I feel like you got to take the truth as it is, not dressed up.
That's right. You know, the unvarnished truth, you know, they like to say too. Like it's a piece of furniture that's being renovated or redone or whatever. So, yeah, anyway, Mary's out in Colorado. The brand new Poundcake podcast, is that up at AlanCoxShow.com?
It should be up there.
It is.
For people who want to avail themselves of that, that's there as well. The Poorest of the Rich is what this episode is called. Anything to let people know about this particular episode?
I found it interesting because the leftover stories from the Poundcake Sports Break, I brought up on the podcast. Just things I thought were interesting. Like there was a guy from Cincinnati who
You went into greater depth.
Yep, but
Yeah.
there was a football player that plays for CMU, but he's from Canton, Ohio. He's in critical condition because he got shot at like some party. So I was going into depth on that. And I mean, he's cute. So obviously I covered it.
Yeah.
But, yep.
Some people want to know which radio station's Instagram account is going to get boomerangs of your girlfriend's beehole.
That'll probably be on Magic.
Magic. That's where the magic happens. The Mark Nolan Morning Show. Right. There's a full moon. Check it out on Magic. All right. Do me a favor. If you mess something up, make it amazing.
I'll do my best.
Make it amazing. You know, we had this big company meeting this morning, one of these Zoom calls. Big company meeting this morning. And talk about, like, you know, our content and where it goes and where people see it and how amazing it is and how blah, blah, blah. And, you know, and then Bill Squire going to be out there covering the draft for every station we've got. They don't have another person that they can run around.
There's one other person working for TAM, and he's going to be doing more of the nuts and bolts stuff with, like, who's getting drafted and all
You're
that
getting
stuff.
the vibe.
I'm trying to get the vibe, capture the scene
Yeah.
where it's all happening, trying to, you know, there's like the vaxxed area. I want to show the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah.
The differences where there's people that are not vaxxed and there's people that are vaxxed. There's bars set up. There's all sorts of stuff. I'm gonna try and get that. I want to get everybody booing Roger Goodell when he walks out because that's a tradition. I want to get everybody's reaction when the Browns pick at number 26. Much later in the night, probably around like 11:30.
Right.
So it's gonna be a great night, and it's gonna be raining the whole time. But I'll get to see Kings of Leon. Maybe.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Yeah.
Like those guys. Yeah, okay. So a lot going on there. Okay. Here's Roger Goodell.
No, they're saying Boo Earns. Boo Earns.
Are you saying boo or boo earns?
Boo or boo earns for Roger Goodell. So he is going to be there. I guess he has to be there, right? He's the NFL commissioner. I know if he did like a big, they were going to put him, his face on a big screen like Orwell's 1984 or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, so Bill will be out there just getting the vibe, man. Just getting the vibe from people. And you're fully vaxxed, so you'll be part of the haves.
Yeah, if
by definition.
I believe I will. I don't know if I that's like a ticketed area. I'll have the media pass, so I'll find all that out when I get down there. They're not even checking media in until 3 o'clock. So I'll connect with our guy at TAM who's going to be there and see what I need to do to make sure that we can go and access everything. Because I got almost shot up.
I was going to say, so at any point during the weekend, you don't know which Bill you're going to be running into. It's going to be Country Bill. Is it going to be Cornfield Bill? If it's going to be Bad Boy Bill, if it's going to be, who knows? It's going to be fun.
Teen Pop Princess Bill.
Teen pop sensation Billy Squire. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to break here. If you want to get a text in the break, 35192. If you want to join us telephonically, you can. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Take a look outside.
Another $1,000 at 2:30. About 10 minutes from now, chance for you to go fund yourself. Got about a dozen chances, by the way, every weekday to win that money. So 4 of them here on this show, first of which in a few minutes here. A couple of texters, by the way, in the break, suggesting that your persona for when you're covering the draft for Kiss FM, Billy Squilish.
Ooh, I like that.
Consider that.
And his whisper.
If you need a nom de guerre out there for the NFL draft. The Cavaliers lose to the Orlando Magic. There you go. How about that? Magic are not a good team. 109-104 was the final there. So they soldier on, and they'll be at home tomorrow night to play the Washington Bullets. That's Gilbert Arenas, I think, right? Is he?
Gilbert
Gilbert
he was never
Arenas.
a Bullet. He was always a Wizard.
John Wall? Is he a Wizard?
He was a Wizard. He's on the Rockets now.
What about Paul Wall? Is he still rapping?
He might be. I'll have to switch into
Real 106.1 mode.
Yeah.
Thank you. Cavs Wizards tomorrow night, 7:30. That game will be on WTAM 1100 because we will be airing the Indians starting up in Chicago against the White Sox. That's tomorrow night, right after 8 o'clock on MMS. And so all kinds of stuff going on. I tweeted about it earlier just because it was a brain fart that I had, but I learned today on Jerry Seinfeld's birthday that he is older than Gilbert Gottfried.
Really?
Yes. I thought Gilbert Gottfried was at least 70 years old. And Jerry Seinfeld turns 67 today. Gilbert Gottfried is 66.
That's all how you carry yourself.
Only a year. It really is. Seinfeld is still in good shape. I know back in the day.
I feel like Seinfeld looks real good for his age.
He
Like,
looks great.
Real good.
Yeah.
Like, he looks almost better than... I mean, his hair was just so moppy on the show.
It was
And I feel
poofy. It was that 90s poof.
And I feel like the shorter hair is a much better look for him.
You think so?
Yeah.
I did like the 90s look, but that's me. I'm a hair guy. But you're probably right. It probably is a better look. But anyway, you know, Seinfeld, there was a video of him just a couple of years ago when he would have been 65, throwing out the first pitch at a Mets game. And he looks great. He's like in good shape. You know, for a long time, all he ever did was yoga, which is real good for you. And he's got this young wife, and, you know, she's doing these vegan cookbooks and whatever. So yeah, I'm sure he just eats whatever his wife makes. Same thing I do. Whatever Gwen makes, I eat. And we don't eat a lot of meat at Casa Cox. And so we're always having something mostly plant-based. Whatever she puts in front of me, I eat.
I've been doing plant-based for, not plant-based, but like no meat for over a week now.
Yeah.
I dropped about 10 pounds.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
In just that amount of time.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
Here's what I've noticed with it. When I eat meat, I love meat so much that I will eat as much meat as I can.
Yeah.
And you're getting a lot of good clips here. I'll eat
222, 223, 224.
I'll just jam as much meat in my body as I can, and because it's just that good. But like when I'm eating vegetables, I get really full really fast because I'm like, oh, this is just sustenance. It's not about whatever carnivorous aspect of my body.
You're not gorging on vegetables.
Yeah, I get.
And if you were, it wouldn't work against you.
But even if you do, like, it's, I don't know, like I feel like it's changed my I've just been able to eat way less and feel very full.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that has to do with like the hormones or stuff maybe that's in the meats that makes you just want to eat more. Or I don't know. But it's been nice.
Yeah, we had like this chickpea pasta and plant meatballs last night. And I just gobble it up. Had the rest of it today for lunch. Can't get enough. But, you know, it doesn't bother me. Like, whatever. You know,
I haven't really craved it either. Like, and my girlfriend's been going meatless as well. And she works with meat because she's a cook. Mm-hmm. She's a chef. And so she's had all these cravings because she's around it constantly. Whereas, like, I'm just eating what I can get. And so I'm just eating, you know, a lot of vegetables, a little bit of rice, stuff like that. And it's really changed just in this week. My cravings have changed a lot.
I assume your girlfriend, being in the food industry, being a chef, is familiar with the Epicurious website. There's a website called Epicurious, and they've been taking a lot of heat because they're a cooking website, but they've dropped every recipe involving beef.
Oh, really?
To help fight climate change. Now, whether or not there's certainly the intent, you can't argue. But I think for a lot of chefs and people who cook a lot, meat is a big part of that. You know, anytime I watch one of those cooking shows, I'll watch Chopped or I'll watch Top Chef. And they'll invariably have somebody on who's a vegan chef. And with all due respect to vegan chefs, I feel like it's probably easier because you have to find how to do more things with fewer items. You never learned, maybe you did learn and you switched to being a vegan chef, but like if you've only been a vegan chef, you don't know how to cook meat, which is a huge part of most cuisine in any culture, is learning meat. So if you're only dealing with non-animal products, there's a whole... I just couldn't take a chef like that as seriously as somebody who had learned across the entire array of things that can be cooked and eaten.
But it depends on what they're trying to make, too. Like, if you want a vegan meal, you want the vegan chef. Right?
But sure. But what I'm saying is, like, just what they've learned, if that's all they've done, is they're like, they don't know how to sear a pork chop, you know?
They just give you a brick of charcoal.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this, but here you go. But anyway, Jerry Seinfeld, 67 today. That puts him, by my math, and let me check. Yeah, 3 years away from 70. And I can't imagine he's going to look much worse than he does now. He looks great. Would that we all looked that good at 67. But again, it blew my mind when I found out that he was older than Gilbert Gottfried. I met Gilbert Gottfried one time about 20 years ago because I thought he was homeless, and then found out he wasn't homeless and invited him onto my show. And, you know, I've told the story. I was doing my show from the VMAs in New York, and it was the one year that they weren't at. Every year the VMAs would be at Radio City Music Hall, and one year they weren't there because something was happening at Radio City. So they had the VMAs at the Metropolitan Opera House. And so rather than... They used to set up radio stations from around the country in the basement of Radio City, and they'd bring people by and whatever. Well, the year that they did it at the Met, they had a giant media tent across the street that anybody could potentially walk through or into. They had people at the doors, but whatever. It's a giant tent. You know, like you're doing a family barbecue or something. Big tent. And I'm sitting there in a break, and I'm getting my next segment ready or whatever, and I look over, and there's this tiny homeless man who's at the craft services table. And he's got a plastic shopping bag with him, and he's just putting things into it.
That would so be me if I was famous.
But nobody knew who he... You know, I looked over, and I kind of got up because I had a few minutes, so I get over, and I'm just curious. And I was the only person who seemed to notice that this was Gilbert Gottfried. I don't think he had anything to do with VMAs. Maybe he lives near the Met. I don't know.
And he just saw an opportunity. He's like, I'm going to go get some stuff.
Yeah, just a regular curious guy. What's this big tent here? Walked in, saw a bunch of tables and radio stations. Who knows what's going on? And I walked over and I said, "Excuse me, Gilbert." And he kind of turned very slowly. And I said, I explained what I was doing and asked him if he wanted to come over. And he was a little hesitant or whatever because he wasn't looking to perform.
And he did not look like he was dressed for the occasion at all?
Well, no, he clearly was not there for the event.
But how could you just walk in?
Because you're Gilbert Gottfried.
He lives in New York.
But no one knew it was him.
All he's got to do is the voice, and they go, oh, it's him.
No, I know, but I mean, to look at him, unless you were a nerd like me, you might not have even known what he looked like.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there's no clearance for stuff like that. Before, you had to have a press pass to be back in a situation like that. If there's, like, celebrities walking around.
This is what I mean. It wasn't like that. It was like anyone could have walked in off the street and walked around.
Interesting.
A normal person, just a civilian off the street, would have stuck their head in and said, "Oh, I'm not part of this. I'm going to keep on going." He saw the crafty, and he he's putting like cookies in his mouth,
licking his lips. He's like,
"That's right."
I'm gonna
God,
get a bunch of leftovers.
I couldn't hate the hustle, you know. So
he's notorious for that, though.
That's if you've ever seen the documentary.
I've heard a ton of stories about that. Yeah.
If you've seen the documentary on Gilbert Gottfried, I mean, when he's on the road, there are portions of this documentary where his wife goes into one of the rooms in their apartment, and under the bed is just in the closets under the bed. Giant suitcases full of hotel soaps and shampoos and, you know, just everything he's got. She's like, he doesn't use them. They're just collected and they're under. And then if he goes on the road, he might take a couple with him. But then he's just bringing back whatever's in the hotel that he was at that time. So
he's always coming back with a surplus.
Yeah. But, he's 1 year younger than Jerry Seinfeld.
Is he a rich man?
I think he does. I mean, he made Aladdin money.
Forgot about that.
He's made money along the way.
Iago.
I think he probably made more money from doing commercials
and stuff,
and cartoons than he ever did from doing stand-up, even to hear him tell it. But I think he's okay. Yeah, I think he's okay.
I think he's doing okay. And I think
the
he
apartment
also,
that he's got in that documentary is great.
Yeah, I think
he's got a wife, a couple kids
takes
now.
care of his money real well, too.
He's super cheap.
Yeah.
And that's why you're walking and grabbing cookies off of the craft service table at the MTV Video Music Awards.
It's one of the best parts because a lot of people are too cool for school. Like they don't want to eat in front of people, or they don't.
Yeah, Alan's not gonna. They had small plates, so
I don't eat food off of small plates.
You're not gonna eat food off of small plates. Gilbert Gottfried don't care about how big the plate is.
Well, he didn't have a plate.
He's wrapping it up in a napkin anyway.
Yeah, he was like putting loose items in a plastic bag.
Loose items, so it's just like a big blob once he takes it out.
Why do you think I thought he was homeless? There was no rhyme or reason to it. He was just picking across this table, and there were some things that were pre-wrapped. There were some cookies maybe or whatever. You know, he was taking plasticware. And I don't know how I was the only person that seemed to notice this. It wasn't like there was a whisper that started to spread through the tent. Oh my God, that's bad. I was the only one. I walked over, and then he came over and we chatted for a few minutes on the air. It was great. I said, thank you so much. I'm a big fan. Best of luck. Enjoy those cookies. And I can only assume that he did. Got $1,000 for you if you want to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword summer at WMMS.com. That's summer. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Stephen Canton says, don't forget Gilbert's got that problem child money, too.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember that. Was that with John Ritter?
John Ritter, yeah.
Okay. I don't remember Gilbert in that.
He was the head of the adoption agency, I believe.
Okay.
So
Gilbert has never driven a car, somebody said.
And I think they worked him into the first one and the second one somehow. Because I think they got another problem child, the little girl.
Problem child too.
Yeah.
More problemer.
Yeah.
Problem harder. Alan, so Poundcake would swipe bag loads of freebies, but he balks at the use of coupons. What is that? That's what Dan wants to know.
I don't do that. I don't squawk at coupons. I'm talking about on a date. Yes, I would take leftovers or craft services stuff for me.
If you were by yourself.
Hell yeah.
And
I would use a coupon. I have used coupons by myself. But date etiquette, if my dude now...
First date etiquette, too. Is it the same if it's like...
No.
If it's you and your boyfriend now... You wouldn't care if he used a coupon.
No, because I know he's treated me before, and I know that he does well for himself. And it would just be like, hey, I have these. Do you want to go? I guess it depends on the relationship. But that's not a good way to start. And then if it's a continued behavior, then yeah, I have a problem with that. So people want to act like I'm so like bougie. I'm not.
You want to act like you're bougie.
No, this guy wants to call me out.
Coupons.
Yeah, if you take me on, whatever. No.
People are only reacting to things you've said.
Yes, but I don't feel like I'm wrong on that. So I have to defend myself. I'm on the defense because I don't think that's proper date etiquette to take someone out your very first impression to a fast food restaurant or use a coupon.
I understand.
Show your effort. You're not putting forth much effort. You're like, hey, I got this coupon and I got this.
Unless someone is very
bitch.
turned on by frugality and you're trying to that's the way that you're going to get in their shorts.
You don't know that because you don't talk about that. You haven't talked about that yet on the first date.
I assume there's so much that's covered now on the app before you even meet each other. I thought that was the impression that I got.
What if it's a blind date?
Well, then you're going to be bumping into each other the whole time anyway.
Hey, can you meet me at the neighborhood Burger King?
Hello, I'm Tony Curtis. No, I'm Gilbert Gottfried. And everyone is always asking me how I got on this show. Well,
people forget Gilbert was on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
In the early 80s for like a half a season, I think he was on.
How so you can watch.
It's a whole video thing. But yeah, Gilbert, when Lorne Michaels split, there was this woman named Jean Doumanian who was running SNL. Maybe Dick Ebersol, I don't know. And Gilbert was in the cast for, a cup of coffee. We're clicking around last night. We're not even clicking around. I was putting my daughter to bed and I come back into our bedroom. And my wife is watching that show, The Circle.
Oh, I love The Circle.
Yeah, I saw that.
Such a good show.
And she's like, I can turn this off if you want. I go, no, I don't care. And so I'm kind of doing some work on my phone or whatever, but keeping an eye on this show. Oh, boy. I mean, this is... I guess you really have to buy into it.
Yeah.
I don't quite get the point of it.
Well, you're trying to get a winner. So it's basically...
But if they keep putting new people in when someone gets voted out, how do they winnow down the people?
They get to a point where they're going to choose one person and like everybody votes. So you never get down to it being like 2 or 3 people.
For people who don't watch...
It's a constant popularity contest.
Yeah, for people who don't watch this show, for whatever reason, they shot all of the exteriors in Chicago, but the apartment building is in England. So it's interspersed. They're trying to throw people off the set. I don't know. You've got people in this dedicated apartment building, 5 or 6 of them or something like that, and they're all in these different apartments, and they only contact each other through text messages on this big screen. And this,
yeah.
But some of them are lying about who they are.
Yeah.
A guy's pretending to be a girl. Other people, one woman's pretending to be her husband. Some people are clear about who they are, but it's like every person on this show is Poundcake. That was all I could hear.
Someone mentioned in like my DMs, like, you should go on The Circle. They need your personality there. You would kill.
No, every person on the show is like you already, is my point.
Well, I don't like that. I'm would be unique then. I'm the HBIC, and I want to reign supreme. Forget these dudes.
Well, again, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, those of us who know better know we're not all that special. It's sweet that you think you are. I'm just saying that this is the second season of a show where, best as I can tell, I mean, it's 100% garbage television.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
trash
like,
TV.
Yeah, you want to turn your mind off and things like that.
It's something that I watch with my girlfriend where we get to just kind of drink wine or whiskey and just goof around and cheer for our favorites and hate on people. And it's like the first season was like, honestly, like real sweet at moments. But this season has a lot more backstabbing and manipulation, and it's more trash TV.
It was just hard to follow. I'm like, wait a second. So nobody meets anybody else. They just see their avatar, the photo they're trying to be. I'm like,
it's a social media contest, so you're creating your persona.
What's the point of pretending to be someone else?
To play the game.
Yeah,
because it's just it's for our entertainment.
Yeah,
to see if they can actually trick somebody, and a little. Like here's a funny, and like, spoiler alert if you haven't watched it yet, it's a little bit of a giveaway, but there's a guy playing a girl, and then they do this one contest where a girl would kick ass at that contest, but it's a guy doing the contest, and he definitely gives away that he is not a 21-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Because he does not know how to dress up a a face the way a woman would.
Right. And Michelle Buteau is the host.
Yeah, but
you never see her.
Yeah,
you
just
hear
funny. Her. But she is funny. She gives like little quips along the way, and she's pretty entertaining.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I watched quite a bit of that last night because my wife was watching it and just kind of kept it rolling. And again, I'm not elitist about television. I mean, I get people want to watch something that just like turns their brain off or whatever, but I was really trying to follow it, and I was like, man, I'm not quite sure I get what the point of all this is. And in between, it was a lot of, ah!
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, my God.
They definitely tell them to play it up for the cameras.
Yeah.
They're like, what? Oh, my God. No way.
There's a lot of that. They got some 6'7" pro volleyball player on there, this girl.
Oh, yeah. She's...
Man. So you're watching this new season.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't watched all because they drop them every Wednesday, like 4 episodes at a time. We only made it through one last night.
Again, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen.
No,
I mean, I think the premise is cool. They don't really need a host.
Yeah.
You know, there's really you don't need to really have a crew for the show. They were like, what show could we do that's kind of the moment and will cost us nothing to produce? Literally nothing to produce. And it was this.
And it gets a ton of views. It's like #1 on Netflix.
Yeah.
The first season did really, really well. And it's just, it's just a fun, goofy show where you just can, like you said, turn your brain off and enjoy it. And I don't want to watch it by myself. Like, I couldn't sit there and watch it by myself. I have to watch it with my girlfriend. It's something that we can enjoy together. But if I was trying to watch it by myself, I'd just be like, I don't care about any of these people.
By the way, not to be confused with the movie The Circle, which is where Tom Hanks played like a Mark Zuckerberg type guy. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not much going on there. I got a break. Want to get a text in 35192 for anything you got going on? You can listen on the iHeartRadio app, and you can watch along if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Checks. Send lots of money.
Economic impact payments.
Eventually, that will.
some of the draft soundtrack. I know they've got Kings of Leon kicking off tonight. They got the Mighty Black Pumas tomorrow night. They've got MGK on Saturday. They've got Rob Zombie in September. Oh, no, that's Incarceration. Sorry. Anybody know who this is?
It sounds like Queen. But not Queen. It sounds like Freddie Mercury.
It is Freddie Mercury.
Is it his solo stuff?
Yes. About 36 years ago today. They re-released it and remastered it like a year and a half ago. But Queen, this is for people, I guess, who thought Queen was way too manly.
Yeah. Well, if you had seen the movie, you know that he wanted to go solo because he thought he could, make it on his own, and he was being held back by the bandmates. His ego got the best of him. But then this album flopped.
It flopped hard
Yeah.
because it was such a departure. So 36 years ago today, Freddie Mercury drops his one and only solo album called Mr. Bad Guy. And it was 11 songs that all kind of sound like this. This is called Let's Turn It On. This is Made in Heaven. That was the original title of the album. So the only thing, listen, this is 85. 3 years earlier, Queen had put out their least popular album. It's called Hot Space. And that was them, I guess, acquiescing to Freddie Mercury and going, okay, he was putting like disco and funk and all these other things in there. And Queen fans were like, what is this? No,
Which
thank
is
you.
wild, considering what they had already released.
Yeah, but if
It's not like they were like the most traditional rock band.
No, but Hot Space
did
was
some wild
really
stuff.
They did for a rock band.
Yeah.
But Hot Space was weird. And so Freddie Mercury goes off and does his own thing while the band's on hiatus. And it all kind of sounds like, even Queen wasn't cranking this kind of stuff. This isn't Radio Gaga. Anyway, so 36 years ago today, Freddie Mercury and again, if this thing had been a hit, he would have left Queen.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. If Mr. Bad Guy had been a huge hit, he would have said, sayonara, suckers. I still haven't seen that movie. Every time Bohemian Rhapsody pops up, I go, I don't know what I'm worried about. I love Queen. I don't know why I'm not watching this movie.
It's a good movie. They play up the timeline and some stuff, but overall it's a good.
I feel like seeing Rami Malek and those dumb teeth is going to take me out of it.
Oh, that's on you. That's not on them.
I know. It's not their fault. I understand.
Under Pressure was on that album, though.
On Hot Space?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's a great song.
Yeah. So they, again, if that album had done well, they would have said goodbye.
Do you think the company, like the record company, sabotaged it?
The record company
No,
sabotaged
because they were
it?
like they would make more money as Queen rather than just Freddie Mercury by himself.
I don't know.
Because we can't say that record labels don't manipulate the market and stuff. If they really wanted it to get played, they could have.
Well, not necessarily. If you go to a radio station, back in the early 80s, there was all kinds of plug-hole and pay-hole and things like, under the table. But if any radio station that was already playing Queen is like, guys, we can't play this. Just because it's Freddie Mercury, it's not Queen. It's like they were all... You know how hard Darius Rucker had to work to get on country stations? And that was mostly because he was a black guy, let's be frank. It wasn't because, people only know him as Hootie. But there was some of that. And now he's one of the biggest country artists there are. But,
especially in the world of rock, like in pop, you can leave the band and go solo. You can be a Justin Timberlake and stuff like that. But in the world of rock, people like a band. So, you could probably name on like one hand how many guys left their band and had a successful rock solo career that was like bigger than their band. Like Ozzy.
Ozzy, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Yeah.
Like...
David Lee Roth tried, boy.
Yeah.
He left arguably the biggest rock band in the world at the time. And he had a couple of good albums. But again, David Lee Roth moved into this like, I want to do Vegas show tunes.
Right.
And people are like, okay.
Not Bret Michaels?
Bret Michaels went more towards like that country twang kind of thing.
Every rose has its thorn.
That was definitely him. Like, you look at a band like U2, a band that has stayed a band for 40 years. There's no Bono solo album because they're smart. They're like, look, nobody cares about Bono solo because they're going to hear him and go, what is he doing here that he couldn't do with the other three guys?
Right.
Unless it's a huge departure musically, which it wouldn't be. Freddie Mercury's like, yeah,
Sting,
there's stuff I want to do.
There's a few, but I would
Sting,
still.
yeah.
Even when it comes to pop, like Adam Levine, he's like, I think he made one solo album and it flopped hard. Like nobody bought it because they were like, you're making the same music that you made with Maroon 5.
Yeah, that's right.
Why can't you just stay with the band?
Well, and
bastard.
that
really
also
only works in like the boy band space where you're like in that, Justin Timberlake, like we don't need the rest of the guys for what you do.
JC Chavez, like he made an album. Lance made an album. They all tried.
You mean JC Chazé, Poundcake?
I thought it was Chavez. I don't think so. Okay, well,
I'm
exactly.
sad that I know that, but I've been doing radio a long time.
JC
Chazé, I think is his name.
One of the other guys made
Peter Gabriel. Obviously, the Beatles did okay when they split up, you know. But even Kiss, only a couple of years into their history, they each put out. It was more of a gimmick than anything else, but they each put out a solo album, and they each had a hit. But they were not like, we're all going to go do our own thing now. They were just dicking around. Hey, it would be funny if we each put out an album of just our songs. And they're like, okay. Phil, I was reading that Genesis is coming to the Romo Fijo.
Yeah, right. Yeah, people hitting me up for tickets.
Yeah, Genesis. I mean, you hear about all these bands.
When's the last time Genesis even toured as
14
Genesis?
Years.
Wow.
They haven't toured North America in 14 years because, first of all, Phil Collins couldn't play the drums because he'd wrecked his back. Like, he physically couldn't play the drums. And I think he had some rehab. I think he had some surgery. He went through another very expensive divorce. And so I'm sure that's part of why they're going out. But for a while, he would sit, when Phil Collins would still want to go out and tour, he would sit on a chair and his son would play drums. I've played it before in years past. His son was like 16 and playing drums for Phil Collins. And so out of all the bands that can't wait to get back out on the road, I didn't see this one coming. I didn't know Genesis was going to go back out. So they're playing the Romo Fijo in November. And you can bet your ass I'll be there. Love Genesis.
Yeah, I want to go to that.
First North American tour in a decade and a half. So they're going to play November the 30th. They got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2010. The last Domino tour is what they're calling it. Maybe that's where they'll roll out the Noid in Northeast Ohio. You know, they've been rolling it out. Maybe this is some viral marketing for the pizza chain, a cooperative crossover with Genesis. So it's Tony Banks, Phil Collins, Mike Rutherford. It's the three guys. And they're going to play the U.S. and Canada in November and December. So they're not doing a huge tour, but they're coming here. Tickets are going to go on sale May the 5th. And I don't know how expensive they will be, but I bet they won't be cheap. So Phil Collins isn't playing the drums for them. He's going to be up in front singing the songs. He's not going to be playing the drums.
Well, that makes sense.
It makes sense, but it is a bummer. His son is going to be playing the drums.
But that's kind of cool, too.
I get it. It's great.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's, you know.
I mean, it's not the same, but it's at least, you know, his DNA. if that really matters to you.
I get, yeah.
Progeny.
Sure.
Slapping the skins.
You do that too much, you're never going to have a kid.
Well.
And one going out to Charlie, who's live in somewhere. I don't know where. But Phil Collins now, you know, he's on that solo tour. Got the mighty Chester Thompson behind the drums. We'll see what happens. This guy has certainly made his bones after leaving Genesis. And now he's mounting a huge tour. Take you out there. He's going to be rolling through the horizon next month. WMMS. Boy, that didn't age well, because that's he's not solo anymore.
Nope.
Yeah, I have to get rid of that. You know, that's the tape I send to other radio stations that want to hire me. And now it's not going to work anymore.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
This guy's not with the times.
Oh, come on. Solo? Dude, where have you been? So, yeah, Frontmen who left their band and were successful. Peter Gabriel, he was the original frontman for Genesis. He had a successful solo career.
Yeah, but would you say it was more successful than Genesis?
Boy. I mean, as popular as Genesis was, I don't think they were ever a huge band. I could be wrong on that. They had if you liked prog rock early on, they had definitely a dedicated fan base. But I think Peter Gabriel, he still has a solo career. David Lee Roth, definitely not bigger than Van Halen.
No, not
Sting,
at all.
you said that's a good one.
That's close.
Yeah.
Did Bon Jovi ever just do Bon Jovi?
I think he did, but again, a guy like that, he knows where his bread is buttered. He's like, if I've been in this band for 30 years,
and it's called his name anyway, so how selfish, how greedy can you be?
How many? Yeah. I need John to be in it, not just Bon Jovi. I need the whole name.
I need John Bon Jovi. It doesn't even have an H in it. Mm-hmm. I need those 3 letters on that album cover.
I wonder how that happens with like the record label. If he's like, I'm blowing this popsicle stand, and he just wants to like leave. They're like, well, we're keeping the name. Like, it's my name. You can't take my name. And then they...
No, but your label also knows if you're the breakout. Like when Beyonce said, I want to go solo, they looked at the other 2 girls in Destiny's Child and went, yeah, that tracks.
But what I'm saying is, it's Destiny's Child. It's not named Beyonce. So
they should have been Destiny's Children. Mm. Gwen Stefani. Again, it's easier to do in pop music. Whatever you think, No Doubt was never really a rock band. But, some people have been able to do it. You know, when my older daughter was little and was way into One Direction, those guys all did their separate things and were fine. I can't tell one from the other, but they all went off and did their own things.
They all pretty much had at least one hit because that band was just so popular, and their music is just so cookie
disposable.
It's just so cookie cutter. Like, it's exactly, if you could form a pop band, which they did from like scratch, that's literally what you have. Everyone can sing. Everyone is good looking in their own way. You got, the token biracial one, and then the rest of them are white and preppy. And they all can sing.
Okay.
There
you go.
You got the urban cool one with the sideways hat, like the one that's down.
Oh, is that still urban cool? Sideways hat?
You got the one with the nose piercing.
See, that way people can't tell which direction you're going. They go, well, your face is going that way, but your hat is going that way. I am confused.
You got to have the bad boy. And then you got the one, with the sweater vest that you bring home to mom, the good one, the Christian.
This really brings it all full circle to how our own Bill Squire is going to be conducting himself during the NFL draft, by the way. Depending on when you get him, he's going to be a different member of his own band.
Yeah.
A different personality.
Like when I'm on Magic's, I'm going to be talking about my boat.
There you go. Yeah.
I just got a boat, guys.
My boat, Stocks and Blondes. Yeah. Your boat? You don't have a boat.
No, but
you gonna get a boat?
Magic Bill has a boat.
Oh, Magic Bill has a boat. Right, I got it.
If I can get into their stupid Instagram account. I got like 30 Instagram accounts on my phone right now, and there's a maximum number, so there's going to be some left behind.
Wow.
Yeah. Sorry, whoopsie.
Stevie Nicks, somebody says. Yeah, Stevie Nicks. She left Fleetwood Mac. Didn't even really leave. I mean, they went off to do their own thing, but she was very successful as a solo.
Tina Turner.
That kid from the Jackson 5 had a decent career, somebody said. Yeah. Billy Joel left Attila. Yeah, it's a deep dive, and it's absolutely true. Yes.
That's probably smart move for him.
That's right. Listen, when I left Tuma Feces, you never heard from them again, did you? And they've been, of course, it was all me.
I never heard from them in the first place.
What?
Did Nick Carter have his own career?
Which one?
There's only one Nick Carter.
Like trying to go...
There's Aaron Carter and Nick Carter. And
I thought you meant Nick Carter, the
I think he tried to do something
from Backstreet
solo.
Boys.
Yeah. I think he tried a solo thing, but I don't think it really ever took off.
I don't think he can sing.
Well, I don't know.
I think he just was the look.
I do not know. But Genesis is going to play Cleveland on their relatively brief North American tour. First time in a long time. Annie Lennox, Natalie Merchant. I mean, again, these are people who went solo. But we're thinking about people who, against all odds, succeeded as a solo artist.
Tina Turner and Cher. They both broke away from their husbands.
Tina Turner and Cher. Yeah. Ozzy, I think, is probably like your That's your alpha for a guy who went solo and
made it work.
Made
in
it
a
work.
big way.
Yeah. Eric Clapton. I never thought of Clapton. He was in bands, but Clapton was never like the front man for a band, I don't think. He was himself.
I would count him.
Would you?
Yeah, because he
did Derek and the Dominoes. He did Cream.
Yeah.
He did like...
And those were pretty successful bands, but I know more about Eric Clapton solo than I do about him in those bands.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think of him as a guy who broke from a band. He had bands, but I think of him as like always a solo guy.
Mm-hmm. Ricky Martin.
Yardbirds, whatever. Ricky Martin, was he in Menudo?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well.
And that's even harder because all of them are good looking, all of them can sing, and they rotate you out. Like once you get old, they'll come up with a new Menudo. So he made a career out of it.
Tom Petty left Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers for Tom Petty.
That's a good
and look
point.
where it got him. He's dead from a heroin overdose. Tom Petty, you son of a bitch. You couldn't hang on a little bit longer? You divorce your wife after 35 years, you get a new hot thing, and then you just can't keep it together. Don Henley. Yeah, but again, the Eagles are a band where they all did their own thing and were fine. And then they'd come back every so often and do something different. I think Ozzy is the alpha. If you're talking about huge bands.
I would, but if you're making a list, I think Don Henley makes it on that list. And so does Joe Walsh.
Dave Grohl.
But he's never done any solo stuff, has he?
No, I don't know about that.
He's done a bunch of other bands,
yeah,
but he's never done the first Foo Fighters album is just him, so that's kind of a solo album, but he's never released like Dave Grohl Into the Mystic or anything like that.
Astral Weeks. Yeah, it would be weird if you left the band with your name on it. You know what I mean? And they're like, well, now what the hell are we going to do? Jim and the Jets, and Jim leaves. Like, all right. I
guess we're just Jets now.
the Jets now? Right. Ozzy was kicked out of Black Sabbath, people are pointing out. I guess devotion to accuracy, that's true, right?
Yeah,
he couldn't keep it together. And they said, you know what? We don't need you. We got this little elf named Ronnie James Dio, and he's going to do just fine.
And he actually did great for them.
Did.
And then he did pretty good on his solo
he
career.
did.
So good for Ronnie James Dio.
Man on the Silver Mountain.
Mm-hmm. And he can sing opera.
Tom Cochran left Red Rider. Yeah, listen, he did. Life is a highway. He's still cashing those checks, right? He went from Lunatic Fringe to...
Such a good song.
Right.
Lunatic Fringe is like my top 3 one-hit wonder song.
I also liked that a lot of people thought the song was called Learn to Take French. In junior high, people were singing that, Learn to Take French! And I'm like, hey, we're in French class. Does this guy speak more than one language? Somebody had to tell me. They go, no, it's Lunatic Fringe. I go, what does that even mean? I learned to take French. I get it. I got it 6th period. What the hell is Lunatic Fringe? Is that a new kind of like jacket? They're like, no, it's somebody who's crazy. I go, that guy didn't sound crazy. He sounds like he can speak French.
Yeah, je m'appelle Tom Cochran.
Yeah, j'habite dans une maison. Yeah, listen, come on, man. Something to work with. Fred Durst. Yeah, he really blew up. Yeah, he went to directing films. His music was so good.
I don't feel like it happens much like anymore. I feel like the solo thing is definitely a product of, maybe Chris Cornell, but I don't think he was ever bigger than Soundgarden.
No. And that was a guy who tried a lot of different stuff. He had a pop album. He really chopped all his hair off, and he was trying different stuff.
What about the guy that I Don't Want to Be Lonely No More? He was...
I don't know who that is.
Damn it.
George Michael?
No, now I have to look it up.
George Michael, he did real good by himself.
There was one other guy.
Yeah.
Wham. It was just
he
George
was being
Michael.
held back by him.
Yeah, he was, hey. That's right. Alan listened to Who Threw That Ham at Me by Fred Schneider and realized that he never needed the B-52s. My daughter and I were listening to B-52s this weekend. They have a song called Wig. Look at that wig. He's got a wig. I got a wig.
Rob Thomas.
We are, Matchbox 20? We were flipping out laughing so hard at Wig from the B-52s in the car. Oh, my God.
That's funny.
He's got a wig. I got a wig. Fred's got a bad toupee. I said the craziest thing about Fred Schneider, he had a wife and kids. He did not. But, listen, you take my
I
point.
was gonna say, I'm like, oh,
Learn to take French. Okay, I've... French!
I can hear it.
You'll never sing it the right way again. I've got to take a break. If you want to get yourself $1,000, you'll have to wait a minute, but I'll have more for you at 4:30. Another keyword for you to go fund yourself, and then we'll do it at 5:30 and 6:30. Need to text anything in the break here, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you...
Cleveland Monsters play the Rochester Americans at the Romo Fijo on Saturday, May the 8th. It's 1 week from this Saturday, by my math. 7 o'clock, puck drops. Want any more info on all things Monsters? ClevelandMonsters.com. 2 tickets for you. Monsters Americans on the 8th. Good luck. Caller 10. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I'm going to give you more of what you've been asking for.
The Alan Cox Show.
But not so much camel toe.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Speaking of camel toe, some news from the opposite end of the animal. I heard from Justin, who lives out in Madison, Ohio. Are you familiar with Madison, Ohio?
I am.
It's out there in Lake County. It's about 20 minutes east, right out on 90 past Paynesville. And they've got a bit of a problem out there right now. By the way, today, as a matter of fact, for you tourists who happen to be passing through and are stopping off in the Madison metropolitan area, they're doing a kids-only shotgun clinic.
Like even an instructor?
Today out in Madison, Ohio. Yes. A kids-only shotgun clinic out there. Madison's not a big town, about 3,100 people. But they're having an issue right now. The mayor put out a call. Town, of course, established in 1867. They've got plenty of history.
What a year.
And the mayor is urging police to be on alert after a camel defecated in a park.
Alert!
That's the long and the short of it. A camel that made an unscheduled visit to Madison Village Park. I guess it had an owner, and that owner was... boy, once you get out there into the sticks, people they get into all kinds of weird crap, right? You got people with... It's like those people that live in the middle of a city, but they have an alligator in like their closet or something, Out there in the sticks, you got a bit more room, and you'll have somebody that's got a camel. And apparently this guy was out walking his camel. And so the camel, as animals will when they're out in a constitutional, ended up defecating in multiple spots in Madison Village Park. And to make matters worse, the owner didn't curb his camel.
Yeah.
Bill knows this as a dog owner. I know that any pet owner well, if you have a cat, you'll know this.
Yeah, if any
any
animal
dog
you take
owner,
for a walk, yeah.
You got to pick up. You got to have a bag. You have something. Now, I can't imagine.
Probably need a hefty bag for a camel.
You got to have a couple
shovel.
of lawn and leaf bags in a satchel with you to clean up after the... So I understand why he wouldn't want to. But if you're going to have a camel and you're going to take it out, it's going to take a dump.
There's nothing that makes me crazier than when the horse... I mean, there's lots of things that make me crazier. But I hate when there's like the downtown horse that takes you on like carriage rides, just dumps in the street and doesn't like in a crosswalk where people actually walk, or you drive through it and it gets at your tire treads. Ugh.
It's just gross.
It's so gross. I think that they've since developed like a bucket.
Like a bucket or a diaper or a scoop or something.
But, when the police are on their horses, they'll just... They have no regard. They just let it flop out.
Well, not only that, but, if you're in one of those buggies, that's all you're smelling.
Mm-hmm.
I never understood why those are supposed to be the height of romance. When you take a buggy ride downtown. Anybody that's ever done it, it just smells like horse turds the whole time.
There's also something unsettling about an animal that doesn't stop or squat to poop. Like a dog squats to poop, a cat squats to poop. A horse just keeps on going. Like they're not fazed by their pooping whatsoever. It's like it's happening independent from their body.
I like
where
it.
it just starts falling out.
Yeah. They're not going to stop. A horse is it's a beast of burden, right? So a horse is like, look, I got stuff going on. I got to pull these dorks for their anniversary, whatever. I don't have time to be stopping down. Wouldn't it be great as a person if you could, and you see this in marathon runners sometimes, where they'll take a dump as they're running, or they'll get diarrhea or whatever, right?
Yeah.
obviously that's not ideal. That's not what you're going for, but it does happen. If you've run a marathon, that's happened.
Explain to me why you think that would be great, because I don't think it's great at all.
If you were a person and could just take a dump while you were walking doing things, wouldn't that, it would clear so much time? Not wasting finding a bathroom. You're just walking.
It's not that much time.
Take your pants off for a little bit, walk around, squeeze a couple out, put your pants back on, whatever. You're ducking out to put your pants.
But then you also have to not have pants on for that, because, I mean, we're talking about just going. Like a horse just goes. There's no sign at all that they're going to do it. They just start dropping bombs.
Because they're
Same
not
with
wearing
like a
clothes.
deer. But if you're a human and you're just walking around and you start going and you're shaking it down your pant legs, that's not any fun. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, when you got a roller in your shorts.
I'm a pretty busy guy, but I'm not so busy that I have to poop my pants. I can take the 5 minutes to take a dump.
But just think of how much time you would save.
I wouldn't save that much.
I feel like
it's not that much time.
People underestimate how much time they would save.
I think you're really trying to sell this time saved on pooping your pants thing, and I'm not going for it.
Okay.
No, I would not want to poop my pants, or just I would not. No,
he's very poop shy.
Yeah, well, because the residue that would be left over,
it's a day ruiner. Now, if there's a way like you have a pants that just opens up, but again, you still have to be able to have a clean beehole when it's all said and done. So even if you are naked or you have chaps on or something like that, where you can get a clear shot and just go about your day and poop.
And the dingleberries.
Yeah, you still need a cleanup if you're a human. A horse doesn't need that cleanup.
No, a horse doesn't have a care in the world, boy.
Have you ever tried to spread your cheeks and poop to see if you had if it could be like a clean breakaway? Have you ever tried that?
I think you get a good sense of what's brewing. You're going to know whether or not you're going to get a clean break. You mean like if you're camping or something? Or?
A single wipe before.
Oh, I've never had a single wipe ever.
Ever?
No. I mean, not that I can remember. No.
I mean, most of the time I'm getting single wipes now because it's just a little dry after the bidet.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, you're sitting on the toilet and you just spread a little bit to see if it's see if you could get a one wiper.
A one wiper.
I've never. I mean, no. I don't need to.
Alan, when I scold my wiener dog for peeing on the floor, he poops while running away. Yeah, that's counterproductive. You're going to want to find a different way to reprimand your animal. If it did number one, and then when you're yelling at it, it does number two as it's running away. That's no good either.
This is a weird question, but I'm curious. When was the last time you've looked at your beehole?
The last time?
Do you remember the last time you looked at your beehole?
I would have to remember the first time I had looked at my beehole.
You've never seen what your beehole looks like?
No.
I'm going to also be right there with him.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Why would I?
Why am I...
There's a part of your body that you don't know what it looks like?
There's a part of my body that I don't care what it looks like. But you're worried about aesthetics back there. I am not.
But you don't want to know if you have
mine's exit only.
But you don't want to know if there's a growth up there, back there that you.
I think you would feel. By the way,
or a mole that you.
What is all this? You mentioned people wiping or whatever. Somebody tweeted something a couple of weeks ago, and it's funny because it ended up being me. Somebody tweeted just randomly. I heard somebody on the radio, and I don't know who it was, years ago, saying that he doesn't look at his paper after he wipes, and it freaked me out. And somebody tagged me in it, and I don't understand. And so all these people are like, ooh. And I'm like, why am I explaining to adults how to wipe? Because I don't check my paper. Because I know. What are you, numb back there? You don't know when you're clean? And so I go, well, maybe they know something I don't know. So a couple of times I checked the paper. Nothing on it. So I know.
So you know.
What are all these people with these numb... I don't know. I have to check after I wipe. What are you, 5? You haven't mastered this by the time you're an adult?
Well, you have... I've seen your butt, and you have a pretty hairless butt.
Thank you. Well, what's that got to do with anything?
Because there's some people have a very... there's a lot going on down there. So... You can be deceived.
You've seen my exterior cheeks.
Yes.
You haven't seen up in the thing. All I'm saying is
and also your diet lends to cleaner wipes.
Okay,
some people
that's
have
fine.
much
Understood.
much worse diets than you have.
But that's on them.
Yes, but that's why they have to look. And so that's why they're baffled by your not looking.
But all these people on Twitter were like co-signing this dude who was like, ooh. I'm like, what do you don't get this? How do you not know when that's clean?
You are definitely in the minority on
that is
when
very
it's clean.
sad.
You have a very nice relationship with how your beehole feels, but I need visual confirmation.
Wow.
And I feel like I have to have the visual confirmation.
But don't you? But
I don't look at every single wipe. I don't pull out like after the you know, if I take a dump here, I know the first 3 don't need to be looked at because it's going to be
you know there's
going
to be something, right?
Yeah,
okay.
I know 4 or 5. That's when I can start inspecting for cleanliness.
Oh, so you're wiping 4 and 5 times.
Like I said, your diet has let you to...
Okay.
And it's not every time, but there's definitely some where it's like wiping a marker, too.
Like I said, I know myself, but again, I go, okay, let's put this theory to the test. Maybe these people are right. Maybe I will pull up something and go, ooh, I should go about this a different way.
Here's
not
what we should
in the
do.
least. I know exactly what I'm doing.
You should have to eat everything that Poundcake eats for a week and then see how confident you are not looking at the paper.
But, like, I'm not doing 4 or 5 wipes.
No, but that's my point.
But you got a bidet, though, right?
I know people are like blowing up the bowls with whatever they eat. I get that. All I'm saying is, even whatever your diet was, wouldn't you still know by feel?
No.
Okay.
No, because there can be remnants, like little tiny remnants. Yeah. And I like an absolute clean wipe. Like I want that last one.
You want it bright white
to be like it's still on the roll.
Yeah.
Maybe a little crinkled, but...
Well, here's what I do also, and people I've lived with my entire life hate this. I use the whole roll to wipe. I'll take it off the pin, and I'll use the actual... Is that not acceptable? I mean,
that's if you're buying it, it's not a big deal.
I guess so.
If you're paying for it, it's your roll.
Alan, I have a couple of no wipers a week, and I was told this is not the norm, and I'm shocked. That is not the norm. I mean, I was talking to somebody... I mean, I'm in there... I have a very regular schedule, right? Very regular schedule. I talk to people who are like, I haven't pooped this week. I'm like, what are you, dead?
That's Mary.
Jesus, seriously, like, figure out your diet. I don't get it. I go like 3 times a day.
Some people just don't poop as often.
A week without pooping. Oh, that's a book. But like, oh my God! Like
that's the name of his autobiography now.
No, it's not. That'll be like my memoir once I'm dead. Oh my God!
Check yourself straight into a cemetery.
A week without pooping. Yeah, no. I would after like day 4, I'd probably go to the ER. Check myself.
And my thing is this: if people are like, how do you not look? I'm like, look. If I didn't look, but then I was like walking around and I was like, ooh, something's, or I was getting skids in my shorts, that would obviously be an issue. But that's never an issue. There's no skids in my shorts. I'm not walking around
if
like
you have it figured out to a point where you're not having any problems with it, then that's great. But for me, I need the visual confirmation that things are clean.
But isn't that just a preference? You don't really need it, right? You know. You like to see it.
I like to see it, and I can't imagine not seeing it. I can't go by, because there could be, even if there's just a little bit. I don't want it there.
You want it to be where you could take a bath towel and not worry about it.
Right.
You could wipe with a bath towel and put it back on the rack, and no one would be the wiser.
And no one would even know.
Yeah, I got it.
They're not going to smell anything. They're not going to see anything. They're not going to detect anything.
Undetectable. How did we get on that? Oh, the horse. Madison Village, the camel.
Camel, yes.
Yeah, the mayor out in Madison Village Park, the mayor of Madison, Ohio, is telling people, hey, if you're out of this park, I guess it was a guy with a camel who was on the highway. He was on 90, and he pulled over, walked it through the park, and then got back on the expressway or whatever, and left camel dumps all over the park. So, listen, I don't know how much excitement happens out there in Madison, Ohio, but this is something. If you frequent that park and you turn around, you go,
yeah.
What are these, groundhog piles? What are these?
Groundhog piles.
So they said that the animal's appearance turned into a photo op for everyone in town, except that the guy, obviously you're not going to see a camel every day out that way. But, after 90 minutes, guy loads the camel back up And fine, I guess he thought, well, I'll just let the fine people of Madison, Ohio clean up my mess.
Very rude.
The police were contacted, and the Park Service contacted by citizens who reported seeing piles of excrement.
How often do camels poop?
The animal also defecated on the floor of the gazebo.
Blasphemy.
Where musical performances and other community programs are held. Why did he walk the camel into the gazebo?
Good photo op. For that camel's Instagram.
Is this a show camel?
I mean, it's probably not a working camel. He's not using it to cross the dunes.
Okay. It's a dromedary.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, the mayor said that nobody cleaned it up, so I called the road crew in. And we started going through the park, and it turned out the camel had defecated quite a bit. So
I didn't know camels poop that much.
The road department was out there for 90 minutes. I mean,
90 minutes is not that long.
I guess. In camel time?
I feel like, shouldn't they be able to hold it like the way that they can go a long time without water? So they can
hold number one. They can't hold number two.
They can go without water, but they have to poop several times in 90 minutes?
It's a trade-off.
That's weird.
Well, because they hold all that moisture in their body, and so maybe that pushes out
I don't know.
The stuff out the back.
I feel like that camel might be sick. I feel like that camel, that seems way too many times for any animal to be pooping.
Well, I don't know.
90 minutes?
I know nothing about the defecation schedule of a camel. Don't know anything about that, of the alimentary canal of the dromedary.
How often does a camel poop?
Siri, how... I got to set up my Siri, by the way. You guys remember this band? You liked pop punk,
I love
right?
pop punk, yeah.
Remember this band, this song? It's about 15 years old now. I was playing it when I was at my station in Chicago. The song's called Face Down. It was about domestic abuse. Remember the band?
Red Jumpsuit Apparatus.
The Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. They're from Florida. This is the one hit they had. And I don't know what they've been doing since, but a guy named Randy Winter is in this band. He's the guitarist. He lives in Florida. These guys are like from Gainesville or something. And apparently, because he's a musician, he says his hearing skills are excellent. And so he was helping police look for a guy who was lost in the woods because of his excellent hearing.
It's usually the opposite.
They've blown their ears out?
Yeah. So that's good that he
protected them, yeah.
He said he's playing and recording music for so long, it's forced him to hone his listening skills. And I guess they found the guy because of what Randy Winter helped them do.
We went immediately down to the area where we knew the highest probability would be. They were on ATVs, and they're pretty loud if you're on the ATV. So you have a pretty loud decibel range coming off the engine, and you're not going to hear a human voice unless it's over that decibel range. I stopped them and just alerted them, hey, did you hear that? And they kind of looked at me with a little disbelief, apprehensive because time is so valuable in a search.
Do you think your expertise in audio helped you kind of know?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why I wanted to look.
So that's what it is. He's so used to hearing loud noises, he can hear past the loud noises.
Yeah. That's pretty impressive.
That is very impressive. Randy Winter.
It's nice to have a story about a musician that isn't depressing. This is a good story, like a musician turned hero.
Yeah. And by the way, they're not doing anything else. They're not on the road.
Yeah, they're not.
I was going to ask, I was like, did they write this song? Do they own the master so we can listen to it and buy it to support them?
I guess they were ready to drop an album before the pandemic. They recorded something a couple of years ago. But I mean, this song's 15 years old, at least. I don't remember when Face Down came out.
I want to say it came out like 2006.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I was living in Tremont at the time, and it was playing on whatever the alt station was back when like 92.3 was still alt. Or K-Rock.
K-Rock.
Yeah.
So anyway, good for them. Guys out there, they found the dude. I mean, he ended up being dead, but I mean... Ironically, they found him face down. The guy's fine. They found him. He's doing okay. Nothing wrong with that. Even if the guy was dead, he still helped.
Yeah.
It doesn't diminish his assistance
Right.
just because it's not his fault the guy was dead.
They were trying to find him.
Yeah.
They didn't try to,
What if he killed the guy?
Well, that would not be great.
I bet I know where he is because of my supersonic hearing. So, yeah, you're right.
He's really going to be in a red jumpsuit apparatus if he goes to prison.
And why is that?
Because there's a red jumpsuit. It's... What?
Isn't it orange?
Yeah. Orange is the new black. That's kind of the way it goes.
Remember that show, Red is the New Black? Right. So he would be in a red jumpsuit apparatus if he were in prison?
Just was catering it to the band name, but it's fine. Where's Mary? She needs to slam the door so we can get the attention off
She'd be
me.
making fun of you, too. What are you talking about? Don't wrap yourself in Mary Slamdora. Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch. Live you can, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks.
816-578-1007. Join us live, 800-348-1007, 35192. Send me a text. Mary is doing the Comedy Fort in Fort Collins, Colorado this weekend, so she's out today and tomorrow. Gwen is going to be sitting in tomorrow, by the way, for Mary.
When comes through.
That's fun.
We could talk about the circle tomorrow. Yeah.
Right. Yes. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from places like Fort Collins, Colorado, because we do have people out there, tell me where you do that. Pat is a new listener in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Michelle listens in Atlantic, PA. Cole is a bureau chief in Juneau, Alaska, the 49th state. And
we learned so much on this show.
Yeah, we really do. And Debbie is in Carlsbad, California. So thank you, one and all. Sarah texts me, I'm with Bill on this. I need visual confirmation that my beehole is clean. My boyfriend bitches about how much paper I go through. And I'm like, sorry, I can't exactly shake things off down.
But that's why you get the bidet. Because I use way less toilet paper.
Team bidet.
Because I use the bidet. So you spray everything off with the bidet, then you take once you pat down, dry off with the toilet paper, and you're good to go. Your boyfriend will appreciate it, and you can things get clean and they're nice, and it's a way to go.
People who live out Madison Way, by the way, are telling me that park is really small. Somebody said that park must have been half duty. That park must have been half duty after that camel got done with it. Alan, how do you think all of us who live out here in Amish country feel? There isn't a road you can travel without running over horse crap nonstop. When the roads are dry, you can usually dodge, but on a day like today, it's all over the place. Anyway, Bill Squire going to be part of the NFL draft. You're going to see him down there if you're down for any of the evening festivities. Now, which Bill you'll run into remains to be seen. Not sure.
Maybe I'm WGAR Bill. Billy Scott. Billy Scott.
Yeah.
I'll be Billy Scott
there
when
you
I'm
go.
GAR.
Tumbleweed Bill.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to take your thing. You're Tumbleweed.
Nah, come on. Tumbleweed Dan. You can be Tumbleweed Bill.
Cornfield Bill. I grew up across from the cornfield.
There you go. Didn't Kevin Porter Jr. used to play for the Cavs?
He sure did.
He plays for Houston now. I saw he got fined $50,000 for violating the COVID protocols.
Yeah, I wanted to go out to the club.
And then find me in the club. Yeah.
Well, that's why the Cavs got rid of him, because he isn't the best.
Oh, is that
off
right?
The court. Well, there was gun charges. He got pulled over in Youngstown, and there's some gun charges, misdemeanor stuff. I think nothing like super serious.
Well, because I saw a tweet.
But they're
on
like, we don't deal with him. And then he threw a fit when they benched him for the first part of the season, and they moved his locker to like the other side of the room, and he like flipped out, and that's when they're like, okay, see you later, buddy. And he's a really good player.
Because I was like, that name sounds really familiar. The Cavs drafted him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway,
he's a good player.
He's playing in Houston now, but I don't know how much money he makes. But like, $50,000 is still a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
So I hope it was worth it.
You could buy so many tickets to my show at Hilarities next week with $50,000.
What? You're doing shows?
Yeah, I'm recording an album next week at Hilarities. You can go to hilarities.com to get those tickets.
And
Friday,
people could
Saturday and Sunday.
So people could conceivably bring their mothers.
Yes.
For a Mother's Day performance.
Yes, I've had lots of people hit me up and
clean
tell
comedy.
me. Yeah, because it's going to be a clean show. So, you bring your mom, you have some laughs together. You don't have to worry about getting embarrassed because I'm going to be talking about something too tawdry for you to hear in the presence of your mom. Just laughs and good times.
Here's what I worry about.
And happiness.
Here's what I worry about.
Okay, tell me.
The implication that moms only like clean comedy. What if you've got a saucy mom? What if you've got a salty mom?
I'm not implying that moms only like clean comedy. I'm implying that people may like dirty comedy, and their mom might like dirty comedy, but you might not like to watch your mother enjoy dirty comedy.
You're laughing at that a little too hard, Mom.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't the only thing that was hard.
She's like, I've been to gazebos.
But you're not going to be doing the gazebo material.
No gazebo material.
Right.
Yeah. Just nice, clean stuff.
I'm disturbed by
get Sirius XM radio play and make that money, because that's where the money is.
Say what, Poundcake?
I'm disturbed by the phrase "the good old college try." Like, I wonder, do kids know that their parents were like sluts in college?
Well, we are all here, so we know our parents had sex. So what's the problem?
Beyond having sex, but like, I think just like I don't know who said it on the show earlier, but I guess kids seem to think that their parents only have sex twice, like just to have them or their sibling. And
I feel like I think that's an old-timey assessment.
I know you say your parents were getting down.
Oh, they were. Yeah, they were always doing it. But I mean, you have like 40-year-old grandmothers.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but it's just the fact that I know now, like
grandmas with sleeve tats.
I know moms personally that I went to high school with, and I'm like, damn. I was like, his mom's a slut. And like, it's just like, he's gonna grow up and he's gonna know.
Wait, you went to school with the mom, and
yes,
she's got kids.
I have moms now. I mean,
right, but
I'm friends with moms.
But here's the thing too, is that you only know your mom as your mom. Like, that's why we don't know much about my dad's family, because my mom barely knows anything about my dad before she met him. He's one big question mark. But at some point you go...
So mysterious. Women love that.
At some point you go, all right, well, whatever. You know, he was a ladies' man, according to my mom. And, you know.
Now, meaning that he had a bunch of ladies, or he was just suave? Was he putting up numbers?
Oh, I don't think it was like that. I think
was it just like he knew how to treat a lady?
I think it was that when he came to town, she said that everybody was trying to get all up in it.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad's a cool guy.
Yeah.
So I can see that, you know.
I'm not saying that, but I feel like there's other interpretations of ladies' man. Like, you know, you have the Tim Meadows ladies' man, who he's going to seduce women and, you know, get into their pants, whatever. Mm-hmm. But then it sounds like your dad was just a handsome dude that could get the attention of ladies and have his pick of the litter.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
And he was from out of town, you know, so he was like a novelty at first. He was just a guy selling encyclopedias in a small town in Illinois, but he was from the Deep South. Back when that was like your summer job.
And he's like Big Fish.
Yeah.
The love line with all the right responses to your romantic queries. I'm Leon Phelps. How y'all doing?
God, didn't they make a movie of that?
They sure did.
Remember when they were making movies of every friggin' thing that went... Any sketch that went more than twice, they tried to make a movie about it. I don't know why that stopped.
I feel like this was the one that was the nail in the coffin.
Not Stewart Saves His Family?
Because that came out earlier.
Did it?
I feel like this one or
Night at the Roxbury. Yeah. Yeah, because Ladies' Man was probably... Because they did Superstar... They did Mary Catherine Gallagher. They did The Ladies' Man.
Though.
I never saw it.
Oh, Superstar's a very funny movie. Will Ferrell's in that, and he's fantastic.
They did It's Pat, MacGruber, which is a seriously underrated movie.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely the last one. And that's like the first one where they went like hard R with it.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious. Even like the marketing and stuff, like all the stuff they put out like his little tiny penis like photos. Like he leaked his D pics.
Yeah. But, I mean, Jesus, when you're making an It's Pat movie, you're like, yeah, this is funny in 10-minute increments. How are you going to stretch this out into 90 minutes? I think with Wayne's World, they were like, we're doing everything.
Yeah. You did Wayne's World, you got...
Coneheads, way after the fact.
Yeah. Way after the fact.
Yeah. That song
it's still a pretty funny movie, though.
That song that we play, Soul to Squeeze by Chili Peppers, it played right before the beginning of the show today. It gets played all the time. People forget that's from the Coneheads soundtrack. It was a song. Chili Peppers would do songs just for soundtracks. They had a song on Wayne's World. They had a song on Conehead. I don't know if those guys were SNL fans or if, you know, Lorne Michaels had, discriminating or incriminating photos of them. But.
I think the audience is just aligned. You know, Conehead was a pretty decent movie.
So, anywho, I don't know what you're talking about. Your mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. If your mom's a floozy, take her to the Bill Squire comedy show.
That's right.
Yeah. Alan, checking the paper is kind of like looking for your B-hole's official signature. Mm-hmm. All right. John Hancock.
I just can't believe you guys have never looked at your B-hole ever in life. Like there's a part of your body that you have never seen.
Well,
like,
if
I can see the back of my head, I want to. I mean, I have, I guess, when I get my hair cut.
So you're saying you can't believe that curiosity hasn't overtaken us?
Yeah, it's not like you're checking yourself out, but like checking yourself out from a medical standpoint. Like,
I guess
if I have a birthmark there.
I've never. Well, birthmark wouldn't be a medical issue. So you're saying out of curiosity?
It's your anatomy. I don't want there to be any part of my body that I have not that someone else knows better than me. I know my D inside and out.
Right, but what I'm saying is that because you're gay, there are people that are going to be exposed to that part of your body, and so you're checking it out to make sure everything is cool.
But
I'm not. That's not me.
And I feel even without looking at my beehole, I know it better than anybody else. I don't feel like there's anybody that will have. Even my girlfriend isn't hanging out down there, so it's not really. It's not
much to her chagrin.
Yeah, it's not. It's not really
I'm just
that
hanging
important.
out down here. I'm cool.
It makes perfect sense that you would want to make sure everything is 5 by 5.
But you've never done it. Like I'm not.
If
I check it weekly or something.
If I had something that was hurting me down there, I'd go, let's see what's doing. But
I've even had a hemorrhoid in the past, and you still don't have to look at it.
Yeah, I've never.
You
had
don't
want to
know what color it is or like what shape it is.
I don't need it.
The dimples. If it looks like you have a little tail.
Well,
like,
let me ask you.
know?
So for your own edification, like what does that do for you? Just seeing it, you go, okay, that's what it looks like. Because it seems
this is my body, this is my temple.
Right, but here's the thing. First of all, you do not treat your body like a temple. Second of all, so you want to,
I treat it like a gutter.
Yeah, right.
So you very
Cave of Wonders over there.
So you very specifically want to look at that part of your body because you don't treat your body like a temple. Second of all, if you check it out once for aesthetic purposes, done. What's with the multiple viewings?
I know, but you haven't. I'm not talking about me. Yes, I shave down there, so I want to make sure it's okay. But I'm talking about I can't be that can't be irregular. Like I don't that's not unusual.
It might not be. You just asked us when was the last time, and I said I never have. So the next time would be the first time.
Straight guys don't check out their beehole.
I'm not saying they don't. You asked
there might
us.
be some that do.
Okay.
Yeah, in this room, no.
I just don't know what scenario. Like, I guess if you're not curious, then you'll never check it. I guess
it's just not anything I need to see.
Alan, how are you going to know if you've got any Lindsey Graham type ladybugs?
I don't want to know. I'd be very upset if I found out.
One of our female listeners says she said she's never looked at anything down there, front or back. They do tell women to kind of check themselves out in
get
front
the hand
to kind
mirror
of,
and go. Whoa.
Yeah, that whole thing. That I completely get because there's a lot of things going on down there, ladies. I get it. But like a guy to go, okay, let me get the mechanical arm with the mirror and let me put my ankles behind my head.
All you gotta do is just like do like the in between the legs and look at a full body mirror.
Unless it was for medical purposes, I was like, man, that really hurts. What's going on down there? I would probably maybe give it a cursory glance and then call and make a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, I'll let the doctor handle it.
Right,
They get
someone
paid
with
to do
expertise. Expertise.
Or you put your legs in the air and then
I don't need to see my Sarlacc pit.
A little Boba Fett jumping in there.
Ah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
You could lift the legs up and then have a little handheld mirror. Or you could, I guess you could do it in between the legs too.
I know how I could do it. I'm saying I don't need to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, again, you're making sure that the storefront is nice. You know, I'm not
even though it's literally just a front.
I'm not doing anything
really a trap house
along those lines.
Okay.
Yeah, no one's shopping in my dumpster.
Why would they shop?
Alan, I do treat my body like a temple. It's ancient and crumbling and probably cursed or haunted. Yeah, along those lines. I saw that the NFL, along with the Cleveland Police Department, is going to be running drones during the NFL draft.
Well,
draft drones. So if
they'll only be able to see you if you've got the vaccine. So if you didn't get the vaccine, you'll be invisible to them.
What will that do?
If you see an inordinate amount of birds downtown, you'll know what's up. You go, why is that pigeon so interested in what I'm doing? Yeah, they're going to, well, this is how this works out, right? They go, okay, we've got a huge event. This is a way for the city, this is their entree into having police drones all the time. Is they go, oh, well, we'll have them for the NFL draft. So it'll be a little cooperative crossover between the NFL and the city council and the police. They'll go, oh, we'll do it for the draft. And then after the draft has left town, they'll go, well, it works so well. We're going to have a pilot program with the. But this is how you do. This is their entree into that.
Okay, but what do drones do? Like they can observe you, but what are they going to do? They can't stop you. They can't give you a ticket. They can't pull you over.
Well, there are some interesting.
But they can record what you're doing.
There are some interesting stats on it, though. They said that the system can alert police within 60 seconds after a gun is fired, and that out of 1,500 incidents, there was only one false positive, where the sound was not actually a gunshot. So in that way, it's helpful. They made 27 gun-related arrests with these drones.
We can count all the black people at this event, so hurry up, guys. Get the squad cars. We're heading out there.
So they're going to have them over the...
This is
event specific, but obviously once the draft leaves town, they'll go, oh, it worked out great. We're going to keep it going.
This is Captain America, the Winter Soldier, like where they had the big giant, I can't remember, they're flying aircraft carriers basically that were going to monitor the entire planet and take out threats before they could actually do anything. And we're just headed one step in that direction now with these.
Yeah.
I don't love this.
You don't want to be a drone spotting you?
I mean,
it's going to look like a bird anyway.
I get that it's for safety reasons, and maybe it's a good thing, but it still seems, I mean, it's taking that surveillance culture to another level.
They're expecting 47 million viewers for the NFL draft. And so leave it to the good people over at Destination Cleveland to be running an ad touting the amazing things about Cleveland, which is their
job.
Their job, their calling, in a national TV spot that's going to air tonight, I think. And we had a big meeting with Destination Cleveland about a month before the pandemic hit. They were going to roll out this whole big thing. I was so excited for it because it's always a lot of fun to do those. And then everything shut down. And poor Destination Cleveland, you know. So they are rolling out a television spot that's going to tell everybody how amazing Cleveland is on a national level. Have you seen the commercial for?
I saw it without the sound on.
Welcome to a city that's never defeated. When the pressure is on, we rise above it together. You can measure our wins in passion and loyalty. In hard...
I kind of like that line. You can measure our wins in passion and loyalty because you can't really measure them in actual wins. Right. You can measure our wins in substitutes for wins. But you get the point.
Yeah.
Cleveland is a city that never gives up, Bill. Unlike all those other cities that gave up. You've never heard of those other cities they gave up.
They gave up so much.
Yeah, they go, what should we call this city? And they go, Chicago. Nah, whatever. Who cares?
I sent you one that I feel like they would have gone over a little better.
A Cleveland ad?
Yeah.
Hard work and good times. This is a place where we own who we are. This is the land, and there's no better place to call home.
There you go. This is the land, right?
It is the land.
Mm-hmm. The land. I like that. You know how they call San Francisco the city? Mm-hmm. The city. Cleveland, the land. Yeah. This is the ad that they were going to run?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the one that they should run.
I see.
Fun times in Cleveland today. Cleveland. Come on down to Cleveland town, everyone. Come and look at both of our buildings. Buy some food that's prepared near the street. Who knows, you might even see this guy. You should come on down to West 6th Street. It's the perfect place if you're a douchebag. Watch the poor people.
Wow, Mike Polk looks like he's 12 years old in this video. He's in junior high.
This video's 12 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, because Sushi Rock is in it.
Yeah.
Remember Sushi Rock?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Never been there.
It's been gone for. It was
because you were 12 years old when it was around.
It was. We went. It was one of the first places we went to eat when we moved to Cleveland, and I think it shut it down a week later.
Yeah.
All wait for buses. Who the fuck still?
Nope, I forgot about that part.
Hey, thanks, Bill.
I forgot about that part.
Thank you. Great.
I was like, well, Polk's on the news and stuff now. I'm sure this is clean.
Why would it be clean?
I forgot about the F word. Oh, well.
There you go.
Classic video.
Classic.
Such a good video.
We're not Detroit. Right. So the Cleveland police and the NFL will be operating all kinds of birds downtown for the draft. So if you see swarms of... And it's the perfect cover because you'll always see seagulls gathering in like parking lots and things, right?
So that's every bird's a drone? Because there's a bald eagle that hangs out by my building, and I see it probably like once a month. Just soaring by, very majestic. But then I have to remind myself it's a drone.
Yeah, birds aren't real. That guy told us that a while ago. Now, I would like to think, I think it would make for a more perfect union, if you will, if some birds were drones. Because that would be, if it's universal, you go, oh, that's fake.
Yeah.
Takes the fun out of it takes the sportsmanship out of it. If you go, they're all fake. But if some of the birds were real, now that would turn all of our worlds upside down to find out that any birds were real. Because we've all been raised to believe that they're all drones.
From the time I was a small child.
From the time I was a small, just a wee lad, my dad would go, son, remember, birds aren't real. And I go, wow. But what about that beautiful song that they sing in the morning? And he goes, pre-programmed.
Just them transmitting data.
That's right. From 112 pre-selected tone successions. And I go, wow. Well, then why does our neighbor keep them in his house and feed them? And my dad goes, he's part of the program. He's a bird pilot. I go, oh, it does make sense. Does make sense. Alan, our law firm is still trying to collect unpaid sales taxes from Sushi Rock. Wow, that is the long game right there. Hey, we're still coming after you. Where do you mail the letters? Dear Sushi Rock, you still owe us. You still owe me 3 more Iroquois twists.
Was it a good restaurant at least?
It was big on style, short on substance.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's the rock and roll guy in Cleveland? The blonde hair? Billy, I played with him once years ago. He's like a really well-known rock guy here. Oh, God, what's his name? I forget. He was in a band. He was in like Warrant or something, and
I don't know this
people will tell me but my first Billy Morris, yeah, he's a talented guy. But that was my first introduction to Cleveland, was going to the men's room, because when I first came here, my hair was long, it was still blonde, and I was going to the men's room at Sushi Rock. This drunk girl goes, "Oh my God, you Billy Morris," and I just thought that was a guy she went to school with. I didn't know. Yeah, I go, no. Like falling all over me. Okay, cool, thank you. But he does good work.
Okay. I'm not really familiar with him.
I'm going to take a break. I'm going to have more money for you. $1,000 at 4:30. Next chance for you to go fund yourself, so be listening for that. If you need to text for anything in the break, 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show on
All right, the Incarceration Festival. We're going to get some live, loud, heavy metal, hard rock and roll back out in Mansfield this fall. Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival, the 10th, 11th, and 12th of September out of the Ohio State Reformatory. 3 nights, 50-plus bands. Slipknot is your first night headliner. The Reunited Mudvayne for night 2, and then Rob Zombie night 3. Day to Remember and Mastodon and Hailstorm and Chevelle. These people have been sitting on their ass for a year. They can't wait to get out and play for you guys. I got 3-day weekend passes for you and a guest right now. Good luck. Call 10 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
Just about a year ago, I set out on the road, seeking my fame and fortune, looking for a pot of gold. Things got bad and things got worse, I guess you know the tune. Oh Lord, stuck in a low-die again.
Another $1,000 on the way, about 6 or 7 minutes, 4:30. Be able to go fund yourself. So if you're trying to get $1,000 and put it in your little pockets, I'll have another keyword for you. You know where Lodi, Ohio is.
Yeah, it's right near where I grew up.
Southwest of Medina.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but I think every state probably has a Lodi. John Fogerty was singing about Lodi, California. There's Lodi, Ohio. There's Lodi, Michigan, which is near Ann Arbor. And there are neighbors fighting with each other in Lodi, Michigan, because one of the guys built a poop wall. I didn't mean for the show today to be so backdoor-centric.
It happens.
But it does happen. It's universal. A 250-foot long wall. Now, they call it a wall of poop. But it's not like, build that wall. It's not like one of those. It's not something that you could scale with a ladder.
How high is it?
250 feet long. How tall is it? 75 feet tall. No, I'm kidding. It doesn't say how tall it is, but the neighbors.
I imagine it being about the waist height, like the brick wall, like stone wall in Shawshank Redemption, where he buries the little box.
Oh, okay.
For Red to find.
Yeah.
I imagine it's something looks similar to that.
I gotcha.
Only poop.
Well, it's a smelly fence that Wayne Lambarth of Lodi says his neighbor built after a dispute.
Well, you might expect to smell a little cow poop, especially if you live on a farm in Lodi Township.
By the way, Fox 2 in Detroit got the perfect guy to do this piece, by the way. I don't know who the guy is. Charlie Langton, I think they're at Fox 2 in...
he sounds folksy.
In Detroit, yeah.
Ann Arbor. And on Tuesday, the hottest day of the year, about 80 degrees.
It's bad.
But the cow poop is not really coming from the cows. Well, it is. But it's also coming from this.
It's just a shit pile over there.
I love the girl they talk. Yeah, it's just, these two hipsters that are out in the middle of nowhere. Oh, it's the best.
Let's call it a poop wall. It's also coming from this.
It's just a shit pile over there.
Well, we'll just call it a poop wall. A 250-foot long poop wall. That's really close to the house.
By the way, it's about waist high. So you were right. Yeah, you were right. It's about waist high. Yeah, it's like a big long mound trench that's waist high of poop.
It probably sold, it has some cultural or agricultural benefit.
Well, not really. See, the poop wall is really all part of a family feud.
They normally spread it on the field, but decided to make a fence out of it.
Wayne, where does all this poop come from?
It comes from the cows.
And that would be...
Oh, you rural Americans are so crude with your humor.
Now,
I love it.
Is this the way that we should have actually built the wall? On
the southern border?
On the southern border, yeah. As they're like, I smell freedom.
Freedom. I smell freedom. The smell of freedom. Right.
Wayne's grandfather, Edward
Just dry heaving
You
your
can
way into
tell how
America.
close you are to it
Yeah.
by how strong. We've got to stay downwind so we know how far we are.
Amberth developed the farm 100 years ago. Edward had 2 sons, Owen and Raymond, and then the property was divided. And last year, when there was a dispute over a property line, well, the poop hit the farm. You've been around poop.
The poop hit the farm. I like this guy doing this. You know, normally you get sent out into the hinterlands to do one of these pieces. You're like, oh, I got to talk to some guy who's running like a rabbit costume contest or something, you know? He's like, hey, we got a guy out in Lodi with a poop wall. I'm on it.
Let me get my notebook out. I got to write a lot for this one.
Let me get my hat with the band that has a card that says press in it. And let me grab my trench coat and hit the road.
All your life on this farm. I mean, this shouldn't be that big a deal for you.
No, but when you got renters, you know, they have to live with this every day. I come here to mow the lawn.
And they are consistently ruining my morning as I walk out.
Can't leave the window open because the whole upstairs will smell like it.
How you doing? And there's the guy that put up the poop wall. Could you just talk about the poop wall here?
The poop wall? It's a compost pit?
Yeah, but
I like how they try to subtitle it. It just says inaudible. He's like Boomhauer out there.
Wayne doesn't like it, though.
I don't like the price of milk or what I do for that.
That is Boomhauer.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't like the price of milk, whatever. I like that. Yeah, country wisdom. Hey, they don't like this poop wall. Well, I don't like the price of milk. What the hell does that have to do with what Did you hear what I just said to you? Price of milk.
Planting the corn. Now, Wayne has tried to do something about the poop wall, but...
Now, you grew up, as I understand it, across from a cornfield.
Correct.
Did you ever have to contend with any unruly neighbors constructing poop walls?
No.
Okay, that might be a good anecdote to work in when Country Bill is
along.
walking around the draft this weekend.
Mostly got along with our neighbors. I mean, there's some incidents.
Where you grew up?
Yeah.
Were your neighbors like far away?
They were. I mean, we could see houses. So like, there was one family that built a house when I was probably in like 6th grade, and there was pretty close.
So you weren't living.
We still had a good amount of yard between us, but we could see their house, so we could see anything that they were doing. And then there's another neighbor that was next door to us, and we could see their house, but they had it was built back in the trees.
Okay.
So like in the summer, you really couldn't see anything over there. In the winter, you could kind of see back there.
So you didn't live in like a plan. You weren't in a subdivision or something.
No,
you had your
It was
neighbors.
just-
the guy
it's
next
just
door
a
was
street.
I see.
And then they eventually did bring some subdivisions into like up the street from us, but like our street's just like an old country street.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, so you grew up on like CR 115 or whatever.
Bonita Road.
Boney Road?
Bonita.
Bonita
Charles
Road.
Bonita, remember?
Oh,
Casa
right.
Bonita,
Bonita.
Casa Bonita.
Yeah, that's my mom's given name. Okay.
Local and state officials said no. Wayne might be complaining about the poop, but I think it's totally legal. The poop's on this guy's property, not Wayne's.
Poop, 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 poop. Yes.
Oh, I just got a good whiff of it.
Yep. And once it gets warmed up, it's like you can smell it all the way.
He put his mask on. This guy's preparing for summertime. Living next door to the poop wall.
Yeah, definitely.
In Lodi Township, near Ann Arbor, Charlie Langton fucked.
Fox 2! He goes, he sniffs. Charlie Langton! I like that guy.
That's funny. I
Charlie,
like when
we
the
got
news
a poop
has a
wall.
little fun.
They go, hey, you're the poop wall guy. Yeah. Charlie Langton, by the way, there at Fox 2. But his real
How
job...
appropriate.
He's an attorney. How he got on television, I don't know. But he's been there for a long time, and there you go. Yeah, Lodi, Michigan. There is nothing out there except apparently a poop wall. The people who are suffering from it, not the guy who laid it out there, but the people right next door, if it is on his property line, you think that the neighbors could somehow monetize that. Maybe put some signs on their side. You know, just kind of balance the little balance of power there. Have people come out, hey, check out the poop wall. I don't know if that would be any kind of draw.
I don't know if it would.
I'm just, vomiting out some ideas here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got $1,000 to give to you here. It's the latest chance for you to go fund yourself. That's what we call it. It's $1,000. Every time I play one of these keywords, somebody wins. So I hope it's you. Put it in at WMMS.com, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword TRIP at WMMS.com. That's TRIP. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan, I'm working security at the draft. It's wild down here. Rain or not, everybody should try to come down.
Really?
Bill's going to be there.
I'm going to be there. I wonder what's happening.
Don't know.
People partying, huh?
Didn't specify. When are the winners announced? Has anyone won anything? Yes. Somebody, first of all, we don't announce winners. We're like, Jim from Madonna. But yes, somebody wins $1,000 every time we do one of those.
But it's a nationwide contest.
Yes. But somebody wins every one of them.
Someone around here won not too long ago because they messaged us, right?
Yes. Yeah, we go winners all the time.
I don't know. It's national, so...
Yeah, I understand.
I don't know if we have the luck of the draw on this thing.
By the way, thank you to Marcus Darfulala, who's helping with the video today and going pretty high in the draft, as I understand it. So nice of him to step aside and help out. Alan, if you could legally eat... I thought it said dog. Dong. If you could legally eat a roasted human dong, would you try it? Is that illegal?
Yeah, I don't
cannibalism.
Think you can't eat human flesh. I don't believe that's legal.
I think anybody who's looking to try that, it's immaterial if it's legal or not. Right? I mean, if you...
Well, they're just saying you're not going to get in any trouble for doing it.
Not going to get any trouble.
You had the opportunity to eat roasted human dong. Are you going to take that opportunity to say you tried it or not?
I would say absolutely not. I think I would prefer mine to be pan-seared.
So it's
roasted? What are you, crazy?
Cooking that.
What are you, a
or
psycho?
Barbecued, I don't know.
Sous vide, homie.
Mm-hmm. All right, go that way.
Roasted? What a sicko.
Hey, slow roasted dong.
Oh, slow roasted. See, this is getting too weird for me. You're not going to find any recipes on Epicurious.
I don't want to eat I don't want to eat human flesh.
Really?
No. I mean, I'm going meatless anyway, so.
Right. You want to go meatless and personless.
I'll need an impossible dong.
All right, well, there's that too. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, by the way. You can always leave us a message there anytime you like. It doesn't have to be when we're in between shows. I mean, some people will call whenever they want, even during the show. It's 216-986-8903 to leave a message.
Hey, Alan, it's me. I just wanted to say one of your most amazing talents that I found after years of listening, podcast listener, has to be your ability to cultivate a sense of humor and really just interesting radio with what Poundcake provides you. His ability to just give this consistent display of ignorance and lack of ability to be a functioning adult, especially one that went to college, and you can take that and craft it like a sculptor moves clay into this fine output that is hilarious. I was dying laughing at the auctioneer bit with you and Bill auctioning off the Poundcake animals. It was the funniest thing I have heard in a long time.
I don't remember that.
I hate the show. I'll talk to you guys later.
By the way,
we were talking about the auctioneers, and you put them to...
right. The metal auctioneers, right.
And then we were doing auctioneering of livestock using Poundcake's different animal noises. Yes.
Right, I understand.
And sheep right here.
It's not that Poundcake can't function. It's that he functions in a different way than a lot of other people do.
He's on a different wavelength.
He's on a different wavelength. And yes, of course, I can polish anything he gives me into gold. Of course. I know what I'm doing.
But then there's moments...
And there's moments I completely lost.
Yeah, well, you just got to step back and let him do what he does. Like yesterday during Mary Slam Dora, I was editing it this afternoon before the show started, and the way he's so pleased that he gets to call somebody else out is the amount of joy that it brings him. Where he's not the one that gets to be under the bus, and he's the one that's pointing it out.
Because I don't have
when it's somebody else's day in the barrel, he loves it. He's like,
Wait, what's your justification?
I don't have an ego where I would walk through. I would never be so proud to just slam a door or just.
That's not ego.
Nah, it's ego.
You think it's a sign of Mary's ego that she slammed the door. She just wasn't thinking about it.
Exactly. That's a privilege.
It's not ego. She was focused on something else. Mm-hmm. The reason I was busting her balls over it is because we were in the middle of, slam. Yeah, I know.
I said she was slamming doors like she runs stuff around here. She's just like, I'm just going to come in.
You're projecting.
After we're already broadcasting.
You're projecting.
I'm in here before we come back live. She's like, I was just putting lotion on my hands. I just gingerly walk in. Wham! I'm like, bitch, you running things around here.
Bill,
slamming doors.
That does not... anything that Bill just said is still absolutely correct.
Because you were the first one to bring it up. Like we all heard it, but you were just like, ooh, Mary's in the barrel.
Alan looked at her like, and I'm like, you're not going to say nothing because if it was me.
Because it slams all the time. She just happened to slam it as I was taking a pause. See, Bill and Mary are doing whatever in the breaks. I'm in here getting the next segment ready, right? So I know how much time we've got. They don't necessarily. So usually when we come back from break, they're not in here yet. So the only reason that she slammed the door as I was pausing, just coincidentally. And then you turned it into a thing, and it was funny. It was very funny.
It's very funny, and it's but
it's
I
nothing
may have
that it would
boosted
have
the audio on the video clip.
Oh, pardon me.
I boosted the slam to just really drive it home. It's at AlanCoxShow.com.
But he does. He loves when somebody else. How you like it?
Welcome to our everyday.
So what?
Well,
it's fine.
If I get it, you about to get it too. We all pay our toll here, okay?
Pay our toll. Where is it? Is it on the...
it should be on the website.
Is it? Let's see it.
Maybe it didn't post. Website's been janky lately.
Yeah.
Hold on. I mean,
anyway,
it's on...
The clip is on YouTube because
It's on
played
YouTube, too, if you just go to the YouTube channel. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it is
That's
funny.
another thing, is no one enjoys you having a good time in the show more than you.
I'm my own party, man. My own little disco ball.
Good for you, right? You can't always count it. You got to make your own fun. We do our best around here, but not always. It was from yesterday. The fist. Unless someone else has co-signed on it.
Bitch slamming doors like she runs stuff.
I know. I'm just trying, I'm trying to do a show. Slamming doors.
Like she run things. I know we out of here, but
you guys started without me?
No, I'm sorry.
Usually under normal circumstances, you see an on-air light on. You gingerly walk in the room,
I'm so sorry.
shut the door like a church mouse. Slam!
I didn't mean I had lotion in my hands, so I couldn't close the door, so I just used my foot to kick it. I'm sorry.
She's like Onyx up in this bitch. She's like, let the boys be boys!
What up? She kisses the door like Kramer.
Onyx kills me.
Kramer. That was funny. Kicks in like Kramer. Scratch me right where I itch. Anyway. And a listener gave her the nickname Mary Slamdora, which was the cherry on the sundae, as it were. So that's at the Alan Cox Show.
Yeah, it's up there now.
Yeah. It's on my Instagram, or whatever. It's fun.
On YouTube.
I got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192 for that. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox.
premieres on Monday, May 10th, 1 week from this Monday. At the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, it's Cleveland Amplified Rock and Roll Hall of Fame night. It's all presented to you by Tito's Handmade Vodka. And it's going to be fun. They're going to be doing stuff with Rock and Roll Hall of Fame artists, exclusive digital and in-game content too, all throughout the game. Cavs.com if you want any further details. But these 2 tickets for you. Cavs, Pacers on the 10th at the Romo Fijo. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you're in town for the draft this week, welcome to Cleveland, a town where football courses through our veins. Unlike that puss-ass city you're from.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers lose to the Orlando Magic last night, 109-104. So they'll lick their wounds tonight, and then they'll be back at home to play the Wizards tomorrow night. 7:30 tip-off. You'll hear the Cavs game down the hall on WTAM. We will have Indians at White Sox tomorrow night. That's an 8:10 first pitch. Live from Guaranteed Rate Field in Chicago on WMMS. The Cavs, by the way, have lost the Eastern Conference rebuilding race. I was reading this morning. So, it's never easy in a rebuilding year. They certainly went into the season with a lot of great players. A lot of hype.
Well, not a lot of hype, but they started off doing well enough that you're like, oh, maybe they could get a good, a low playoff seed. Maybe they're really starting to figure things out. But then that 10-game losing streak dashed that to pieces.
Nobody is going to do well after a 10-game losing streak. So they're 21-40, which makes them 13th in the East. So again, not whatever.
Yeah, they are still rebuilding though. So
yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Head coach LJ Flickerstick says that there's always next year. They're a young team. They got some speed.
They got some good players on the team. I like some of the pieces they have, but again, they are a young, inexperienced team, and
one of the worst offenses in the league, which I don't think anybody saw coming.
Oh, I do.
Did you?
Yeah, just because they're so inconsistent, and they have. You got Garland and you have Sexton, and those guys can score, but they don't score efficiently.
Yeah.
They have to dribble the ball a lot. It's a real clunky offense.
I like that Jared Allen. It looks like he'll be something.
Yeah, I think he's very good.
Young kid.
But they just gotta build an offense that plays more to the strengths of the team and who they have, and but you got to make your shots, and they're too streaky.
Too streaky. Yeah. Okay, well, there you go. So, Cavs and Indians tomorrow night on WTAM and WMMS, respectively. And, of course, one of them will be on the iHeartRadio app. I don't know which one. We tell people if they're in town, they can listen on the app, but I don't know which one of those games is going to be. Somebody found this was in Germany. They found a grenade in the middle of a field, and so they called the bomb squad. I don't know why they would, what the hell is Chuck D going to do in the middle of a German field? Oh, not that one. Oh.
Probably not.
My mistake. It turned out that the grenade was not only not real, it was a butt plug.
Yeah.
A jogger noticed a clear plastic bag containing a hand grenade in it. And so, listen, Germany, come on. I mean, you're going to, who knows? You're in the middle of a field, right? You're not going to find every possible explosive post-World War II. And so the police called in the bomb squad and said, they called in the actual bomb squad, who determined that not only was it not a real grenade, it was a sex toy, and they had gone through the bag's contents and figured out what was what very quickly, as the bag also contained an empty tube of lube 2 unused condoms, and a USB cable.
You know what?
So somebody was doing some long distance action.
That's what I was thinking about. I was worried because I almost brought my dildo and fleshlight with me to Portland, so I didn't cheat. And I was like, man, I don't want.
You're so out of control.
No, I'm not, clearly I wasn't because I didn't. But I'm like, I might want to, toss off when everyone else is asleep, and I might want some toys. I might be inspired by someone out there in Portland.
What I'm saying is, you felt so potentially out of control that you needed to bring your implements so that you didn't find a human.
I just might want to have fun and because I was going to be on some edibles, so that will, make everything better. So I was curious. It was a thought that went through my mind. I'm like, should I bring those? And then the second thought was, do you want to take the risk of getting stopped? Because I always get stopped. I'm always the person to get stopped.
Stopped by whom?
The dog sniffing or whatever. Just
wait.
By TSA.
A dog will sniff out a fleshlight?
No, but I could have. All I had was coffee beans in my bag in Miami, and I got sniffed by the dogs. So who knows what they would have sniffed out? I'm just saying, I don't have good luck when it comes to airports, so I don't want to take the risk because mine was just straight up carry on. I didn't have any checked bags.
But what were you worried about?
That they were going to open it up and they were like, "Sir, what's this?" I'm like,
"Oh, they'll talk about it on the radio. You don't care if people know."
You mean you would have been embarrassed?
If they would have pulled it out and asked, that's my fleshlight.
Yeah, that's my
butt
fleshlight.
plug, that's my dildo.
Right, yes.
In front of everybody?
Wouldn't that embarrass them?
They don't do it like that.
They don't go,
I've never
Sir,
had it
is this
before."
your butt? They don't. There's got to be some discretion.
Your whole argument is, I'm always the guy that gets that, and then when we say,
but
they don't do it like that, they go, well, I never had it before.
I've never been strip searched, but in Miami, they took me to the back.
I know, I remember, but I'm just saying.
People were there when they pulled that out.
In the back.
But no, there were people. It was a group of us that all got stopped.
Right, but if you say, "Hey, I have some sensitive items here. I would like you to, and you tell them what they are."
Please be discreet. Yeah,
they'll be discreet.
Yeah,
but also
to get sucked
you
up.
don't care.
I'm like,
that's my fleshlight. So what?
I would love to get sucked up. I'm comfortable with you
What's
guys.
your dildo's named?
Why?
I'm guessing it has a name.
It's it doesn't necessarily have a name. It's Mr. D. It's Mr. So he doesn't have.
You didn't name it Andrew Cunanan?
No.
Oh,
but it's Mr. D. But obviously, I'm
clearly Bill is onto
myself.
something here. My question would be, why does it have a name?
Because I was like,
given how poorly you treat him. Oof.
What do you mean?
Ugh.
What do you mean? How bad I treat him?
Your fleshlight?
Yeah. What about him? My fleshlight and my dildo are two different things.
I'm saying, given what people do with fleshlights, if you name it,
that's their whole purpose.
It's like you don't. That's my point.
The dildo's
Why name
Mr.
it? It's
D.
like you don't name an animal you're going to eat. Because you're going to do something awful to it. You're going to do something awful with a fleshlight. Why name it?
I don't have a name for my fleshlight. I have a name for my dildo.
Oh.
Yeah, no. You tried it.
Huh?
You tried it.
What?
Nothing.
I've tried what?
You're trying to play me. I don't have a name for my fleshlight.
No. I was confused. I'm not trying to play you. I was confused. That I get.
Stop trying to play him, Alan.
Oh, sorry, Bill. I was trying to play him.
Yeah. Can't play a player.
That's right.
What, bitch?
Can't con a con man. I understand.
It was funny though because I'm telling my new roommate who was also my old roommate back in college, and I'm like, "You're okay with my sexcapades? Like if my boyfriend wants to come over for a late bump session, that's not going to bother you?" And he's like, "No." And I'm like, "And all my toys, that's not going to bother you."
If he was already your roommate, he knows what's going on.
Yeah, but it was.
It's not like you've changed since college.
A lot of people do change.
No, but you haven't.
Yeah, but he might have.
You didn't suddenly like chicks. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, what?
Yeah, but
you're still bringing guys over.
It was different circumstances, and he was there, but he wasn't there. Like we were on opposite schedules, and it was 5 other people in the house besides me. So, he didn't get up close and personal, but his room might be next to me when we get this apartment. And so I'm like, I got condoms, lubes, poppers, fleshlights, you name it. And I sent the little
So you were just trying to let him know, hey, I'm your roommate, but I'm also going to be running a nightclub in my bedroom.
It's going to be a go-go boy, yeah.
So if you wake up in the middle of the night and there's you hear thumping on the other side of my wall, is there going to be a velvet rope in front and you're going to be charging like a cover, like 5 to stand, 10 to sit? One of those?
It depends on if I'm with my boyfriend or not.
So this was your college roommate who is now, again, your current roommate.
He's going to be, yeah.
Wow. All right.
Should be interesting.
Yeah, that's...
When is that happening?
Mildly.
July.
His bedroom's only going to be open on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. He's got, hey, how many in your party? 4? I got a 3-top in the back. If you can...
you got to lose one.
You got to lose one.
Lose the dude.
Yep. You remember that, if you know your meme culture...
We do.
You know Disaster Girl. The little girl who's smiling in front of the burning house.
Yeah.
So this girl was 4 years old. Her name is Zoe Roth, and she was just 4 years old. And I don't know the backstory on it, but she's in the foreground, and there's a burning house in the background. And she's just looking at the camera, giving this smile like, yup.
Looks somewhat devious.
Somewhat devious. Her name's Zoe Roth. Well, she's a 21-year-old senior now at UNC Chapel Hill.
It was that long ago that photo was taken?
Yeah.
It seems like good quality, though.
Well, I mean, cameras were around.
Okay.
I assume this was taken on, so she was the girl in the Disaster Girl meme. If you know your memes, that's what it was. She just sold that photo as an NFT for $500,000.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Wow.
$481,000.
Oh, never mind. What a loser.
Broke
it
bitch.
was up.
She's going to get the 4. She couldn't make it even. You know how I love my nice round numbers.
This one got going on MySpace. It got uploaded in January of 2005 and then just exploded on MySpace.
I didn't realize memes were that old.
Well, this is one of the first ones. I mean, this one's been around for a long time.
This goes back to like the Bad Luck Brian days.
Or the girlfriend one, Crazy Girlfriend or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, those are kind of your original ones. Your non-fungible tokens. Your NFTs for people who aren't really down with what's going on. People are selling digital images of things for lots of money because some people think these things are going to be worth something. Spoiler, they won't. But if you can make that money...
If you can make that money,
yep,
go do it.
Do it. $481,000.
I forget that these memes are real people. Like, Bad Luck Brian really is like some dude. And he's like, I'm sick of everyone saying I'm bad luck.
Yeah, but you can Google, like, what happened to so-and-so girl and what happened. And they're all grown up and they're all, but it seems very rare that the original person makes money on something like this.
Because they never get credited.
Right. So she did a 24-hour auction and got $481,000. She's 21 now, and she's in college. And it's apparently gone very well for her. But I don't know who took the photo. I guess her dad took the photo. And they got an email a few months ago about turning it into an NFT. And so they did their due diligence, and then they hired a lawyer. But the problem with the NFTs is there are people selling these things because they're just links to things online. Mm-hmm. So that's why people are already getting screwed. They'll go back to that link and they'll go, oh, it's gone after they paid $150,000.
Like, whoa.
So that's why it's super scammy and super weird, but it's just one of these new things people think they have to be a part of or whatever. And if you can make some money on it, you might as well. But you get yourself a lawyer. You'd think that because the big problem with these is the people who don't own the original pieces are selling them. Like where people, it's been a complaint of artists and creators for a long time that their stuff is stolen all over the internet. And they were never given IP that was never given credit to them or whatever. And so that's why I assume this photo was on a camera. Because so they've got the original photo rather than somebody else online, saying, oh, I'm going to sell the Disaster Girl
photo. Now, the original
photo,
like especially if it's like a print photo, That seems like it'd be worth something.
Yeah, because that's not just a link to something.
It's artwork.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, $481,000. That's pretty good. They're selling some, to my point about just photos that are out there that people are trying to make money on. They're going to be auctioning off old Kurt Cobain photos. The last photo shoot that he did is going to go up for auction on Monday as an NFT. His last formal photo shoot took place in the just before his death in the spring of '94, and that last photo shoot had 100 pictures that were taken from that day, and they're going to sell the lot of them in an NFT auction. So you can go through and look at the thumbnails online as of yesterday.
Are they selling them like individually, or you have to buy all of them?
Buy all of them.
Okay.
High-res versions of these photos.
Again, something that would be cool if it were actual photos. But like buying the NFT, like we're all going to be able to see these photos.
Right.
And then you screenshot it and be like, it's an art heist.
The starting...
Ocean's 14 is just them screenshotting NFTs.
They're like, hey, what is it? Are these the Kurt Cobain photos? Yes, they are. Brad Pitt is hiding in a dining cart.
Yeah.
So the starting bid is, he died at 27. So the starting bid is 27 Ethereum, which is cyber currency. Yeah, it's about $72,000.
Yeah.
So that's your starting bid. If you got money burning a hole in your pocket.
Yeah, you're just like...
Got some joke currency lying around and you really like Kurt Cobain.
Got it. Got it.
You got it.
Got it.
That's right. Hold on, Doug. I'll get to you. Doug's so impatient. Boy, he's out there living his life. Well, what's going on, Doug? Now he doesn't want to talk? What? Hello, Doug. Hello. Hey, Doug, are you there? Okay, thank you, Doug. I'm talking, he's like, hello? And then I go to him, nothing. So, yeah. Bill is going to auction off his Dave Grohl or his Kurt Cobain NFTs.
Yeah, that's right.
Tonight, if you see him walking around the NFL draft.
A week early.
If you snooze, you lose in the NFT world.
You guys just keep saying NFT. I keep thinking NSFW.
Okay.
And I thought it was nude stuff for women.
Okay. Right.
Right.
Nude stuff for women. Yeah.
That was back in the day when I was looking at like early porn, or I guess it wasn't even like porn sites. It was like blog sites, and they were like NSFW. I'm like, ooh, gay stuff. I click on it. I'm like, oh, it's like boobs.
Yeah.
Click off.
I think of FNT. Anybody remember the band Semisonic?
Yeah.
They did Closing Time and all that, but they had a song called FNT, which stood for Fascinating New Thing, New Girlfriend.
I know this song.
Remember FNT?
Yeah.
Like Semisonic. They were underrated, I think.
Fascinating new thing. You delight me, and I know you're speaking of me.
I mean, the word delight just isn't used very often. You got afternoon delight.
It's a good little riff in there, too.
Yeah, it is.
Get beside me. I want you to love me.
This guy went on to be like a huge songwriter for people, too. So even though Semisonic didn't really do much past that summer.
This was in a movie.
Was it? Yeah, I like Semisonic. I don't know what movie.
What's the song?
FNT by Semisonic. Yeah. They had a couple of big albums, and then they went off, and this guy started just writing for other people. So, but Closing Time obviously is still the big hit. I mean, Dan Wilson is you. Oh, is that what it was? Okay. Yeah, they're from Minneapolis. They kind of came out of that Husker Du tradition, if you will.
Husker Du and the
Replacements, yeah.
It's a good little scene.
10 Things I Hate About You. All right. Well, good. I've got a break here. If another chance for you to grab yourself $1,000. I don't know how many Ethereum that is. That's probably 1/10 of an Ethereum.
It's like half of one.
Half an Ethereum for you.
Ethereum's around $2,000 right now, I believe.
At 5:30, you can go fund yourself with $1,000 there. If you want to get a text on the break, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show. RA1007.
$35192 to send me a text. Want to do that? A lot of people pointing out that Bad Luck Brian is from Akron.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Went to Hoban High School, wherever that is.
Hoban, yeah.
Hoban? Yeah.
Catholic school.
Catholic school.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, some people were, listeners went to high school with him. You're hitting me up.
I was going to say, of course, he's a rich kid that went to Hoban.
Well, you don't have to be rich to go to Catholic school.
You can't be poor.
Yeah, you can. I had plenty of... I went to Catholic school, and it was I did go to school with rich kids because it was like the closest private school. But there are a lot of kids that go to Catholic school to get financial aid.
It is a massive... Hoban is a massive school. I emceed a... What was it? Winter formal there?
Uh-huh.
It was lit. I was like, wow, I wish we had a school this big.
Huh.
Beautiful school. Beautiful facility.
You could be right. It could be a rich kid school, but not all Catholic schools are rich kid schools. Indians are off tonight, but they're in Chicago. They start up the first in the series for the weekend against the White Sox. First pitch on the south side at 8:10. And you'll hear all of it here on WMMS. If you're a Phillies fan, you saw Bryce Harper take a heater to the face. 97-mile-per-hour pitch.
Ooh.
Right to the face. Phillies were playing the Cardinals. And he was up to bat. Took it right to the chops. Unbelievably, nothing broken. No, he posted
chops.
Huh?
I don't think of the chops as being the face. Is that
chops of your mouth?
Oh, really?
Right to the chops, right?
I never knew that.
I think. Where'd you think they were?
I always thought chops was like more like torso type stuff.
I think it's the face.
But I never actually asked anybody.
How about right to the mug?
No, mug's good.
Okay.
But I need to
right in the puss.
Look up chops.
Chops, okay? Chops.
I thought chops was more
slang.
like middle of your body.
Jaws or mouth.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
There you
Now
go.
I do.
Now you won't have. You're like, God, they got me right in the chops.
Yeah.
Right in the chest.
It's not something I ever used really.
No, I understand. It's kind of old timey.
It's old timey.
Right in the chops. But he posted a video after the doctors checked him out to let people know everything was okay.
Everybody, Bryce Harper here. Everything feels good. Everything came back good. CT, all that kind of stuff. So
CTE, they can't test for
still
that.
There. So, we're all good. See you guys soon.
He's doing fine. Is he producing for Bryce Harper? Was like the Great White Hope, right, for the Phillies or something?
I mean, they paid. I think they gave
paid
him
out
a
the nose.
$400 million contract or something like that. I don't know what he's been doing for them. I haven't really been paying attention to the National League, but
yeah,
maybe Joe from Philly can let us know.
Right.
I think he pays attention.
Also, the Akron Rubber Ducks, a little closer to home. The Rubber Ducks are going to be opening up with increased capacity at Sea Anal Park. That's where they play, I think. I'm sorry, Canal Park.
Sea Anal is what Poundcake wanted us to do. You never looked at your beehole.
You guys never get the mirror and take a look. Their responsible reopening plan is what you got to have alliteration in these things. You got it marketing. You got to have a cool phrase or something. They're going to be increasing their capacity to 47% for games in May. Means about 3,600 fans. Wow, that's half capacity. 3,600 fans.
That's not bad for...
No, I know. It's good for them. Yeah.
On the other side, though, my roommate...
They haven't even had their home opener yet.
The one I just visited in Portland is going back to being shut down. Like, completely.
Portland is?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. They're spiking it, or they have, like, variants, I guess.
There's spikes everywhere, though. They're still open in places. Like, New York is opening up completely for, like, the 4th of July or something.
He was reading it, and only outside dining is available. Inside dining is, like, down. You're not allowed to be inside. And we ate inside the whole time there.
New York City is going to fully reopen on July the 1st, and I can't imagine it's a coincidence that they also just decriminalized prostitution in New York City.
Really?
Yeah, the DA
OnlyFans is going to be popping out there.
The DA in Manhattan says that they will no longer prosecute prostitution.
So it's not illegal. I mean, it's not legal.
It's not
but
legal. They're like decriminalizing it, though. Cy Vance is the district attorney there in Manhattan.
That's holding up our courts.
And he said that they will no longer prosecute prostitution and unlicensed massage.
I am going to New York. Oh my gosh, that's where I lose my virginity. Big Apple. I've never been to New York either.
Okay.
That's only 6 hours away.
It's closer than Carson City, Nevada.
This is so cool. I'm sure I can't wait for like a big brothel somewhere. And okay.
Well, I don't know. They'll do
These are not brothels in New York. These are escort services. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can get like a 5-star hotel and have a call girl.
Yes, you could. Absolutely.
I'm down with that.
I mean, you couldn't get a 5-star hotel, but you could definitely get a call girl.
Why can't I get a 5-star hotel?
Are you willing to pay 5-star hotel prices
in New York City
for my 30th birthday?
Look up and see how much a 5-star hotel costs in New York City.
It can't be that much.
About $1,200 a night.
Maybe we'll start a GoFundMe. And I'll film it.
A GoFundMe.
Go F me.
I'll tell you what, that's no joke. We can laugh at him, but if he started a GoFundMe for his Dirty 30 hooker thing, he would make so much money from our customers.
I don't think he'd use it correctly. Dustin would be all over him. Hey, Poundcake, I saw the money that you made for your birthday, whore.
I'm a little concerned that Poundcake's just sitting there on that hooker money.
It's not that much.
All those floozy funds he made, all that hoe cash.
How much is one night?
$750.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
That's not bad.
I thought it was
but that's
twice
also,
that.
That's also pandemic prices right now.
$787 is the highest I see right now.
That's low.
Now again,
to,
in July 1 when they open up, it's not like people are going to get flooding back into New York City.
Okay,
I mean,
$850.
The supply still outstrips the demand.
Do your birthday
of September.
Yeah, do it for this year though.
Okay.
But anyway, no longer will they prosecute prostitution in Manhattan. They have dismissed 914 prostitution cases. Many of them go back to the 70s and 80s. Which, if you've already done some time for this stuff, you're like, gee, thanks. But, you know. They're also going to dismiss 5,000 loitering charges, people who are loitering for the purpose of prostitution.
There's going to be so many, like, go-go boys. It's, okay, $925.
Yeah, and it's just, but in that, your birthday, 30th birthday is 2022, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's next year.
They'll be back to the $1,200 plus.
This year, he's 29 years old. He'll begin the last year of his
sex workers are going to make a living. I'm so happy for them.
Well, they already do make a living. They just got to kind of dance between the raindrops. They said that they will continue to prosecute other crimes associated with prostitution, including sex trafficking and patronizing sex workers. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the legal distinction is there.
I feel like patronizing is like Johns will still get busted.
Oh, well then how does that work? If you're a hooker, you're not in trouble, but if you're a guy trying to get a hooker, you are?
It was the same thing with weed is not legal, but you can, or buying weed is not legal, but smoking it is legal.
So if a girl just takes pity on you and has sex with you,
and then you're like, that was so good, I might just have to pay you for it. Here you go.
Right. Officer, I was paying her for her time, not for her vagina. I want there to be a distinction made on my record. So that can't be coincidental that hot on the heels of that news out of New York City, de Blasio announces that he's going to lift every restriction on July the 1st. Because they're not. There's no way any city in this country is like, got to sit in your house for July 4th. There's like a psychological association with July 4th this year. Biden's like, everybody in this country is going to get vaccinated or have access to it by July 4th. They're way ahead of that.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, Biden.
Cuomo's going to be there. He's like, hey, decriminalize, huh?
He's like, they were all hookers. They didn't harass anybody. They were hookers. Finger guns. Hookers.
Pew, pew, pew. Nipple pierced.
Yeah.
He's so happy to be out of this. He's like, Matt Gaetz,
how about this,
You thought I was terrible? He's not resigning. I'm not resigning. They were hookers. And of-age hookers.
Yeah. So, yeah, big things happening. Big things happening. I got money for you. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. Put a little money in your pocket. Every time I play one of these for you, somebody wins. So no reason it shouldn't be you. So good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword WORK at WMMS.com. That's WORK. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Joe Biden had his first big speech last night. Joint session of Congress. He spoke to everybody and a number of takeaways from the speech, if you paid attention to it. Even if you didn't, there were a number of takeaways. I'll tell you the weird thing that I thought, though, was, I always assume that a president will kind of recuse himself in these conversations about big tech. I always assume that they'll recuse themselves from the Apple versus Android argument that people have. They're acolytes of Apple products, the people who swear by Android, and ne'er the twain shall meet. But boy, did he make his preference known last night, just out of nowhere. He's talking about how much he loves Apple products.
Jobs, 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 jobs.
Does he know Tim Cook is in charge over there?
Tim Apple.
It was a real weird turn for him to take. Tim Apple. I forgot about that. Oh, for the days of Tim Apple.
Tim Apple.
So good. So, by and large, getting high marks for the speech.
From
Ted Cruz fell asleep, I guess, but
he was rolling his eyes. I think he just closed his eyes, but he always looks like he's asleep, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ted Cruz is
He's
not
definitely
exactly
not woke, right? Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz is not like a dynamic personality. People give him a hard time for being a slug. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, it's that Ted Cruz never been like, hey, what's up? I bet even in Cancun, when he's scooting out of town, he's like,
He's like, thank God they forgot about that.
Nobody forgot about that. Nobody forgot about him being a traitor on January 6th. Nobody forgot about him sneaking away to Cancun. Nobody.
He had his little Hawaiian shirt, walking through the airport,
just dropping the kids off
at the pool.
God, I love America.
My kids wanted to go, and who am I to say no to my kids? These same people that are like, people should parent their children. It's not up to teachers. People need to parent their children. And Ted Cruz's excuse is, my daughters wanted to go out of town for a little. Who am I to tell my single-digit age children that they can't do something? I mean, I'm just one man. So, he touched on a lot of stuff last night. I think probably among the most important thing he talked about was how America is going to share its vaccine supply with the rest of the world, because that is something that is going to be instrumental. If you see what's going on in India, holy Christ.
They're burning bodies in the streets.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
And it seemed earlier in the year that maybe they were going to do okay.
I thought they were doing okay.
For a while they did, but the variants came back and it's just murder in that country.
Yeah, they have their own variant there that's not good.
They have their own variant that's now in 17 other countries.
Mm-hmm. So before we continue, I just want to understand, when people hear stuff like that, why do they instantly go to, it's all made up? It's happening in other countries and we're telling you about it. Why don't they believe that?
I think people. I think at the very beginning there was a sense there were people that were like, this is made up. I think that transformed into, okay, it's not made up, but it's being being exaggerated. So I don't know, for those people, I don't know what the number would have to get to before you'd go, okay, maybe it's not being exaggerated. I mean, is 500,000 dead enough for you? I don't know how many dead.
They said 3 million.
Well, I don't know how many dead worldwide. I mean, again, we're very myopic here, so we only look at how many are dead here. But 500,000 dead people that didn't have to die. I mean, that's. But we have a lot of shots here, so there's enough doses to vaccinate every person in this country twice. So he's talking about how we're going to kind of share our supply with other countries, and that's a really good move. He called it an arsenal.
I'm surprised. Mm-hmm. We were late to the game. We were late to the vaccine game, and now all of a sudden we have all these doses.
We weren't late to the vaccine game.
We were pretty early on there.
Yeah, we were kind of in front of everybody else in the vaccine game.
other than Russia, but I don't know how their vaccine is.
Nah, it's like Chernobyl water or something that they're shooting people up with. So
now, can we use this to our advantage? Like, does China need any vaccines? So we could be like, okay, we'll give you some vaccines, but you guys got to knock a couple trillion off the old debt.
You got to give us back some of that intellectual property you took from us, and throw in a couple of new Nintendo games.
I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine, kind of thing.
Hookers.
Hookers. So, yeah, he was talking about our vaccine arsenal, which, by the way, not to be confused if you're a fan of Arsenal FC, who lost today to Villarreal. So I'm sorry to hear that.
This has been
The Alan Cox Show, pandering to soccer fans.
Sure has.
But he also he also made it a point to tell transgender Americans, your president has your back. There's a wave.
It's the fronts people have concerns about.
But still a good thing for him to say.
It
there
is
are
a good thing for
all
him to
these
say,
states that are targeting like transgender
man.
people, you know. Ohio, by the way, was only the second to last state. Ohio is going to allow it now, but Ohio, it's going to leave Tennessee all alone. It was only Ohio and Tennessee were the only two states left that would not allow trans people to change their gender on their birth certificate. I didn't realize that 48 other states were letting people do this. That means that the Carolinas and Montana and the Dakotas beat us to this.
Mississippi beat us?
Yeah, they beat us. Ohio, the Department of Health,
Ohio's got some
will
wild
start this
stuff
up,
going
and
on.
that will leave Tennessee the lone holdout.
There's another law that they're trying to pass in Ohio where it's going to be illegal to film police officers.
But that'll be challenged in the courts because that's already been proven at the federal level
I know,
that
but just the fact that they're trying to put
illegal.
it through.
Well, okay.
Kind of scary.
Same thing with Florida, where they're like, it's an anti-riot law that lets people off the hook if they run over protesters. You know, they just want to terrify people into not protesting. But so there were a lot of interesting points made last night. It was the first time that a president obviously ever said Madam Speaker of the House and Madam Vice President. An historic first in the country. A couple of chicks sitting up there behind him. You turn around and go, ladies, pew, 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 pew. Give them the finger guns. Why not? So, he got a couple of fist bumps from some people across the aisle, I guess.
The right hate Maxine Waters. She was like...
They need a scapegoat.
A scapegoat?
They need a scapegoat.
Oh.
Yeah. Maxine Waters didn't do anything that the last guy didn't spend 4 years doing, and worse.
She reminds me of just like...
Now they just get to point their fingers and pretend like none of that other stuff ever happened, which is silly, and everybody knows it's silly, but I guess you got to play the cards you got.
She's a sassy, grandma. I love her. I just love her. She's a woke grandma.
Well, sassy and woke are two different things, though.
She's sassy, woke grandma.
Sassy, woke grandma. Okay.
Sassy, woke grandma.
Yeah.
Slap your ass if you don't call me by
like
my pronoun.
Sassy, woke Medea.
Medea. Sassy, woke Medea. Psht, psht. Like Tone Loc wanted you to sing about. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about Maxine Waters. I've seen her.
She was married to, I think she still is married to a former NFL player.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I know she's been married a couple of times.
She did the Breakfast Club.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. She's married to a guy who used to play for the Cleveland Browns.
Get out of here. I didn't know that.
Sid Williams.
How long ago?
He played for the Redskins, Colts in Baltimore. So that tells you how long ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I was going to say, she's like...
He's 79 years old, so it's age appropriate. Does anybody even remember the name Sid Williams in association with It's probably the Jim Brown era, right? He was in the 16th round of the 1964 draft. And he played for 2 seasons with Cleveland. Anyway.
They don't have that many rounds anymore. I think it's 6 or 7 now.
Right. He went 222nd overall. Today he would be Mr. Irrelevant. I'm Maxine Waters from California. This is my husband, Mr. Irrelevant.
I guess they have fewer teams back then, too, so they're doing more rounds, but it's more, there's still 200-something players that are chosen.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, they had 7 teams back then.
Yeah.
They all had to play each other 9 times. 9 times. How many times are we going to play the Baltimore with Johnny Unitas? Baltimore Colts 9 times.
As
we're
many
gonna
as
play.
it takes.
9
That's right.
times.
Okay, I'm going to break. What?
9 times.
A brain fart.
You clicked it, it ain't work.
9 times.
Yeah, it worked. Shut up, Poundcake. It worked just fine. This guy over
Didn't
here.
work that great.
Huh?
Shut up, Poundcake.
I got to take a break. 35192 if you want to get a text in. If you don't, it's 35192, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Check.
and proud.
WMMS.
Was it something I did in another life? I try and try, but nothing comes out right for me. Bad karma, killing me by degrees. I took a wrong turn on the astral plane. Now I keep on thinking my luck is gonna change someday. Bad karma, it's uphill all the way. I can't run, can't hide, can't get away.
Did you see Giuliani's son flip out on the sidewalk there in front of the building?
Yes. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
I didn't see this.
When people, it's amazing if you go back far enough to when Giuliani, 1994, when his son was a little kid, they parodied it on Saturday Night Live. Chris Farley, Kevin Nealon was Giuliani, and Chris Farley played his son, Andrew Giuliani, when Rudy was going to run for governor of New York. And his son was next to him at the press conference, and he was jumping up and down, and he was, he's a little kid.
Yeah.
But he couldn't help making a spectacle of himself, so when they parodied it on Saturday Night Live, they had Farley as Andrew Giuliani, and the guy's all grown up now. And he's out on the sidewalk in New York telling everybody that his dad's being railroaded. The FBI raided Giuliani's apartment because, by all accounts, he is probably really and truly screwed. But, of course, his son, you're going to go to bat for your dad. And his take is that people should be very concerned about what the Justice Department is doing in investigating his dad. Seeing as that the last one had no problem with treason. This one, though, for some reason, boy, they've got a little bit of an issue with it. But you're going to defend your dad. They also talked to one of the ladies who, lives there or something. Because they had, this phalanx of microphones out on the sidewalk in front of the entrance to his building. And so, for a while, anybody who came out, they're like, ma'am, do you live in the building? Yes, I do. Would you like to say something? I don't know anything. They were bringing a lot of boxes out. That's all I know. But his son wanted to go to bat for his dad. And a lot of people are pointing out that his son now resembles Will Ferrell to some degree. So now people can't unsee this as another potential Saturday Night Live parody. Maybe they'll dress Elon Musk up as Andrew Giuliani when he hosts.
I'm watching the press conference from when he was a little kid. And it's
great.
His mayoral inauguration, and he's blowing kisses and stuff like that, and he's just mimicking his dad's movements. It's very, very funny.
So his son has always been team dad.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know what the guy does now. And I don't know what he does as a grown man.
I think he's also a bad lawyer.
Mind you, I'm speaking as a son and a concerned American. Anybody, any American, whether you're red or blue, should be extremely disturbed by what happened here today, by the continued politicization of the Justice Department.
Politicization? Is that what he said? Politicization. Is he the offspring of Rudy and his cousin? Rudy married his cousin. Huh?
They didn't have any kids.
Oh, they didn't have any
kids. I looked
that
up after we were done. I was like, he married his second cousin? I was like, that's legal?
Well, they didn't know it. I think they found out later
cousin,
on.
First love.
Yeah. But he's been married a couple of times.
Yeah.
Giuliani is like Newt Gingrich, these serial philanderers who go on TV talking about family values.
This is disgusting. This is absolutely absurd, and it's the continued politicization of the Justice Department that we have seen. Mind you,
it's absurd, the politicization.
The first time he did too much with politicization, and the second time he walked it back a little bit.
Yeah.
The only piece of evidence that they did not take up there today was the only piece of incriminating evidence that is in there. And it does not belong to my father. It belongs to the current president's son.
There you go.
love that
the
laptop,
Hunter
man.
Biden laptop.
That
Yeah.
laptop.
My dad did nothing wrong. Why does he have Hunter Biden's laptop? Listen, Giuliani's a traitor. Everybody knows it. They're going to figure out what he did. You know, he's been working for Russia for the past 5 years. Because just like any of those other guys, probably needed money. It's easy money. But if you're his kid, obviously you're going to go out and defend him. Be like, get away from my dad, everybody. Michelle Herbert, maybe a bear, what do I know, is a tenant in the building.
I know, I just saw people. I probably saw FBI jackets, but I just saw people, you know, and I saw all of you, and I said, what is going on?
By the way, this is an old lady who's got a huge rack.
Oh, yeah?
Looks like
Well, now I gotta look her up.
They're probably floppers.
She's had some... No, I'm saying she's probably had some work done. I mean, she's a rich lady living on, what was this, the Upper West Side
What's
or
her
something?
name?
And Michelle Herbert.
Michelle?
Yeah.
Herbert.
They're probably still up there in this apartment. I really don't know. They were bringing out a lot of stuff, right?
They were bringing out a lot of stuff. So that's obviously... The investigation is not in its infancy because...
She's got
old lady, had some work
sure,
done things. Yeah. I can't tell if she's older than she looks or if she's younger than she looks.
This is what all the Instagram models are going to look like in 40 years.
That's what some of them look like now. By the way, if you're looking for a feel-good story, I always like to kind of dole those out when I can. And a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about Prancer, who was a demonic chihuahua. This was a dog that simply could not find a home. And the woman's ad for the dog went viral because she called Prancer the worst dog in America because it wanted nothing to do with men. So she's like, this dog's got a bad attitude, but I really need to find it a good home. And she said, every day we live in the grips of this demonic chihuahua hellscape that he's created in our home. And that Prancer is a cute dog, but hates men, kids, and other animals. And so she said, finding somebody who wants a Chucky doll in a dog's body is hard, but I have to try. But they've announced that Prancer has found a home.
That's nice.
Prancer has gotten adopted.
It's a cemetery, and...
Bringing out a lot.
Cemetery. Oh, all four legs sticking straight up in the air. Oh, he was good while he lasted, little Prancer. No, he's alive and well.
Oh, good.
America. Prancer hates people, especially men.
So if I went to try to pet,
He would get upset.
really?
Yeah.
So, hey,
You're okay.
This guy just puts an arm near the dog, and the dog goes crazy.
And then also, I don't know, Prancer. I feel like in 2021, hating people, especially based on their gender, seems pretty not cool.
And the reporter's a black guy, too.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a good look. Prancer is
Prancer.
canceled. Pranceled. The new owner is Ariel Davis. Prancer's only 2 years old. She's 36.
She's like, I don't need no men. We don't have no kids.
She's a single lesbian. It's like I live with another woman. I don't have any men in my life. I don't have any other animals.
Perfect.
She lives in New Haven, Connecticut. Oh, pardon me. And she said Prancer's been living his best life.
It's like, but I wanted all along. Dog is chilling.
to pet,
He would get upset.
really?
Yeah.
So, hey,
You're okay.
okay, all right, yeah.
Prancer.
Yeah, let me know petting
Prancer.
Prancer.
Tiffany Fortuna has been fostering Prancer after his owner entered a senior living facility. She posted this very honest ad on Facebook describing Prancer as man-hating, animal-hating, children-hating, neurotic mess, demonic. 50% hate and 50% tremble.
That is a good ad.
She's a
though.
man eater, makeup, whatever.
It worked. They found a home.
Now, do you think the woman wanted the dog for the 50% hate or the 50% tremble?
I think it's the hate.
The
hate of men.
It's
the hate of men.
I mean, lesbians don't necessarily hate men. They just love women.
Right, but I think there's some that might feel a certain way about men.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a husband, don't bother applying unless you hate him. No false advertising here. Please.
I wonder how many people applied to foster the dog and said, I hate my husband and I hate my children, and that's why I want this dog. I need a friend in this world.
I wonder what a guy did to that dog to make him or her so upset.
That's the thing, is you never know when you get these rescue dogs. I remember when we first moved to Pittsburgh, my wife and I got a dog who has since passed. But when we got our dog Sophie, she was a rescue dog. We got her from the APL. And for the first 6 months we had her, she would only come to me. She tried to bite my ex-wife, like she'd hide under the chairs and nip at her. If she wanted nothing to do with my ex-wife. So we assumed that it was probably a woman who hadn't treated her very well. So it took her like half a year to warm up to she got to me right away. She loved me.
My dog loves people.
Look at me. What? Yeah. Animals and babies love me. Yeah. Grown humans, sentient adults, not so much. But boy, I kill it with animals and babies.
My dog is very, loves people, but when she's asleep, you cannot pet her because she will wake up and, act like someone's attacking her. It's very weird that she'll just be, completely dead asleep, and you try and, give her a little pet, she just goes, "Huh!" And she gets, it scares the crap out of her, and she goes on guard.
Yeah,
she doesn't bite or anything
but
like that.
But don't bug your dog while she's sleeping.
Right, but some people, you can bug the dog while the dog's sleeping, and it just...
That's what I do if Gwen wakes me up.
Yeah.
Bite.
Snap.
Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? Get off me.
Doesn't bite, just gets upset. She likes her sleeps.
Guess what? It worked. Dozens of people are dying to adopt Prancer. He sounds perfect, goes this posting.
I think that was the main point that got to people, was how funny it was. I was actually really nervous because a lot of people won't read a longer...
The guy's just sitting there on the other side of a picnic table, and the dog is growling.
Was how funny it was. I was actually really nervous because a lot of people won't read a longer post. Hey.
What'd I do?
Let's take a little walk. He didn't do anything.
What if it was because he was black and she doesn't find this out until later on? They go, the dog hates men, but then she finds out it's barking at anyone black. Black women. Like her best friend's like a black, maybe her girlfriend. They don't show the other girl. What if her girlfriend was a black woman? She's like, we got this dog, it's gonna be great. And then they find out the dog legit
racist dog.
Racist Chihuahua.
I mean, it happens.
What a kick in the junk.
Thing to you.
I love dogs, but count me out.
No, all right. So Billy Bush is back on Extra?
Oh, yeah?
They gave him a gig again. I guess enough time went by where they were like, all right, we can pull Billy Bush out of the desert or whatever.
Right, and because he was never the one that said anything. He was just kind of like, hey, yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy over on Extra now. Is that the show that he used to be on? Did they just bring him back?
I think so. I think he was on Extra.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just surprised those shows exist still.
The entertainment shows?
Tabloidy shows, yeah. I mean, E! News went away.
Oh, God, they fired everybody on E! News. They're like, look, there are no red carpets. We can't pay for this. We're not doing Zoom red carpets. Actually, I've got a Zoom red carpet tonight.
I've got access to the NFL's Zoom red carpet.
Oh.
So I can get all the galleries.
That's right. Now, I got an invite to an Amazon virtual movie premiere tonight.
Oh, yeah. Did you ever open that bag?
I did.
The swag?
Yeah,
Anything
I did.
Good in there?
There's a lot. There's whiskey and snacks and
what?
$100 in Uber Eats.
Cleveland whiskey?
No.
Oh.
Well, since you're over food, give me the $100 to Uber Eats.
What's that?
I said, since you're over food.
Huh?
Never mind.
I've never used Uber Eats, and now I got $100. Hells yes, I'm going to buy some Uber Eats. What do? They just drive the food to you?
Yes, it's delivery.
No,
they pick you up and they drive around and you get to eat in their car.
No, what I mean is, are there Uber Eats is just regular Uber people delivering food, right?
Correct.
It's not a separate fleet. Okay.
Right.
They don't have their own restaurant. Uber Eats.
Yeah. They're not cooking the food in the car.
No. Hey, anybody up for a car hibachi?
A sizzling plate in the passenger seat.
I cooked it right on my manifold. Mm-hmm. No. I assumed that was the case, is that Uber drivers also are Uber Eats.
Well, I think you can sign up for either one. They're different apps.
Okay. Hell, a lot of people are just doing Uber Eats now because there's no Ubers anywhere. But I never have any trouble finding an Uber driver for
Uber Eats. Yeah.
Yeah, pissed me off.
Huh. Well, yeah, I'm gonna pop my Uber Eats cherry.
What movie was that for?
It's called Without Remorse.
Oh, and you get to watch it early?
Yeah, tonight.
Ooh, that's
there's like a pre-party. There's a red carpet.
How
there's
about instead you go stand in the rain with football fans, and I'll watch that.
No, I don't want to do that. No, thank you.
They submitted a lot of people.
No,
I don't know
thank you.
why I was the one that got picked out of our cluster.
Because
who else would they would have picked?
This is a sports show, Bill.
Because there's a lot of people that submitted to get credentials. A lot of TAM people.
Yeah.
That wouldn't make, but they
because
picked
this
me.
is a very high profile show.
And
That's why
and it's one
they
of those
want their
things
premier talent there.
Where they're like, here's the people in our cluster doing it. And I was like, huh?
Well, you're the media guy, I feel like. So
what? I know I'm qualified. And I would be very excited. I'm still excited about it. I'm just bummed about the weather. The weather has me bummed.
It's the most Cleveland thing ever.
You don't look outside and enjoy the everything that we've got to offer in the way of
Cleveland's so beautiful.
And standing outside for the next 4 hours?
Yeah.
I'm a little...
Finally get an opportunity to have those drone shots of an amazing sunset over Lake Erie. And
Right.
The draft is in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah, they're lighting up the terminal tower in the colors of whatever team's picking.
Yeah.
And you're not even going to be able to see it because there's going to be so much rain and
It's going to be
cloud
all
cover.
gray.
Yeah.
Alan used to drive for Uber Eats years ago. I work for DoorDash now, and I'm thinking about going back to Uber Eats. Why would one be any better than the other? I mean,
they do different bonuses and incentives
they do.
and stuff
Okay.
like that. Like the co-host on my podcast, AJ, he'll drive for DoorDash, and he's got it pretty figured out where he'll only do it at certain times in certain areas where there's like a high demand for food, but not a lot of drivers over there. So you make more money.
Yeah.
So he's got it pretty figured out where it's pretty lucrative for him.
Yeah, I thought that this Amazon thing, we've been running ads for it too, this Without Remorse. It's a Tom Clancy movie with Michael B. Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was another series like Jack Ryan. You watch Jack Ryan?
Yeah, I love that show.
Yeah, it's a good
great
show with John Krasinski. I thought it was a show, but it's a movie.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, beautiful. I'll watch this tonight because it drops tomorrow. So the premiere is tonight. And
they picked up Invincible for another 2 seasons.
I'm about halfway through that first season.
It's good.
Yeah, I like it.
It's different.
Except I always forget I'm watching it because there's so many friggin' shows on. I'll sit there and go, what am I watching? Because I have all these apps on my Roku. What am I watching now?
Yeah, you got to cycle through them.
Yes.
Forget which one. Like, you just end up going to the same one every time.
Yeah.
Like, HBO Max has been, like, my go-to for most of this year, and I'm shocked by that. But they got a lot of good stuff on there.
People keep telling me I got to watch Titans.
I've heard that.
And I don't watch, like, those superhero. I don't watch Arrow. I just don't watch any of those CW shows.
But that's not
Even
a
though
CW one. That one's, like, they swear and stuff on that one.
On Titans?
Yeah.
Even though they've got characters I grew up reading in the comic books. I'm like, I should be watching these. I don't have the time. I don't have the inclination.
I bailed on Arrow after episode 3, where he breaks into a prison, but he's still wearing his mask. But he dresses like he's one of the guards.
Right.
But he's wearing a mask.
Why is this guard wearing a mask? Hey, when did the guards start carrying arrows and quivers?
Oh, it was the funniest thing.
Yep.
Like, this does nothing to fool anyone for any amount of time. You have a mask on your face.
Yeah. Prancer sounds like if Poundcake were a dog. That's not very nice.
He loves men.
It seems mean.
Chiquero Taco Bell.
Yeah. He does love men, doesn't he? He never... See it? Poundcake wouldn't be growling at some dudes. So, yeah, anyway, that should be exciting tonight. Bill's going to be in the rain. I'm going to be at home eating some Uber Eats, watching a...
I got my poncho.
Just wait till you see all the options. I'm sure you got some good food out there in Bay Village.
Well, as I understand it, you can order food from anywhere.
It's in a radius.
It is?
Yeah, I mean, you can't...
Well, Bay Village is very small. I hopefully it's more than a 2-mile radius.
Not 2 miles.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Bay Village is small.
I would say like 10 to 15.
There you go.
Yeah, there's not a lot of restaurants in Bay Village. It's more of a village than a...
More of a village than a restaurant town.
I just want Uber people where there's just literally like a house. They're like, listen, I make breakfast in the morning. I'm like, oh, I like Claudia's eggs, so I'm just going to order from her house.
Claudia's eggs.
And the Uber Eats driver just comes and picks it up from Claudia's house and brings it to my house.
I mean, we're across the highway from Crocker Park, so it's like, tons of places over there. So, something to... But I'll tell you what, though, Bill, it does look like it's lightening up.
No.
Doesn't it?
Not even
I mean,
the
just
least.
mere minutes ago, it looked more gunmetal gray, and now it looks more like a little slate gray. See, there you go. You're in luck. The rain's going to ease up around midnight.
Perfect.
The timing is amazing. What's it going to be like tomorrow? It's going to be overcast again.
And a little rainy in the morning, I feel like. Saturday's going to be nice.
When they get down to the 18th rounds, that'll be fun. MGK on Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell them Poundcake said hello.
Yep. I got to bounce.
Okay. I got to take a break. What do you want to throw out before I go to the break?
Hilarities.com. Get tickets to my album recording next weekend, May 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and check out the Bill Squire Show tomorrow morning on the iHeartRadio app.
All right. Have fun over there.